You're all right, y'all. Okay. Testing. We going hot. Live real fast. We ain't gonna play with them at all. We jumping right into it. What the title say? I can't even see it. Unc gave me the name of the show. Let me see. Ah. All right, I can't press that. Let me see if I can switch. My bad. Thunder, what's up? Danny, what's up? Unc said he want to come in and beat us up real quick, so we're going to see what he got to say. The name of the show is, and I messed that up. He said, name the show. Shucks. Let me see. He said, name the show. The name of the show should be, Can Africa's Indigenous People Be Responsible for Their Enslavement? Can Africa's Indigenous People be responsible for their enslavement? Now remember, I didn't say that they were responsible, but they were culpable, meaning that they played a role. So we're going to see what he come in here and try to flip the whole conversation as he normally do. And yeah, that picture, I made that. You know, that's when I wear my Berber turban. You feel me? It's around here somewhere. All right, let's get this cracking, y'all. Boom. All right, the name of the show, it really should be, and I don't know how to go in here right now and change the title, but the name of the show is Unc Show. He named it let's see. Can Africa's Indigenous People Be Responsible for Their Enslavement? So we'll see. We'll see what Unc bring to the table. If his scurry ass ever click the link. You know what I mean? But y'all all come on in here. Wipe y'all feet off at the door. You know how we do around here. This is a family affair. Right? Wipe y'all feet off at the door. I'm going to send out this link to him one more time. But let me put this time on the goddamn joint because he should be in here. Let's do my man Daquan's song is usually 4 minutes. So we're going to put this 4 minutes on the board. We're going to put this 4 minutes on the board and we're going to get started in 4 minutes. But check out the heat while I send out this new link. To Unc and the Pseudo Killers. This joint called Daydreaming. All right, here we go. 4 minutes, y'all. Wipe y'all feet off at the door. Hit that like button. Unc running. He's scared, y'all.
Yeah.
He chose the title.
DQ. Check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on. Niggas out here making moves, see I hand out the type of shit they waiting on. I'm the type to overlook a hand, cause the wrong step will cost an arm and leg. Niggas tripping, signing deals in red. I'ma hit the booth and make some hits instead. Light years ahead, we done go short a couple of albums, see we up for the challenge. Man, I'm focused on the bread, but these niggas be fucking astounded when it come to my talents. It just pop up past when it come to the salad, yeah, zips to the head. And we never mind hating consumers when it come to the rumors, cause we put them hoes to bed. Oh yeah, niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Network and cultivating relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron. Yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. I'ma show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Cultivating a networking relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron. Yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. Only show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Yes, sir. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down.
Oh man, why my thing got that on there, yo?
In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Yeah. Big dreams, nightmares.
Why the hell I got my son name on there?
And choppers, crooked operas, play cops and robbers, siblings.
The van?
What's good with
Why the fuck this got my son name on there? I gotta get that off. I had to kill him.
You know we live, Unc. You in the middle of our
Yeah, it might
talking.
Hopes of souls die and worlds incomplete. So I chase the pain so I can chase my dreams. Liquor is licorice inside my candy shop. Candy paint drop, wood grain supreme. Good for it, I'm good for it. Start the wave, you'll see when you look for it. Real recognize the real, you look for him. Pressing your luck and I wish you would for us. You don't want to press a nigga that be living on this North Star. So close, but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods, but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war, but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus, but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Bring it back now. You don't want to press a nigga that be living on this North Star. So close, but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods, but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war, but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus, but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Virgo. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right.
Yeah, y'all. Pseudo killers back in the building. That's our boy Daquan from Waco, Texas. Fire. You know what I mean? As soon as he sent me the song, I said I'm definitely playing that. You know, I'm gonna intro that a couple times. You know what I mean? It sound like everybody liked the song, so hit them up if y'all want that download. And he'll shoot it to y'all. It's called Daydreaming. But yeah, y'all. Pseudo Killers is back in the building. You know what I mean? My man Unc West said he coming to do some damage. He wanted to put all of the pieces together from our 3-week conversation. He said he then reached a state of clarity. And and he want to put it all together for us. Tell us where we right at, where we wrong at, and just put everything in this proper perspective. So without further ado, this the Pseudo Killers coming straight to y'all from the Pseudo Killer studio. Hi, but first off, Vance, what's up, my man? Vance in the building. What's going on, Vance?
What's good? What's good with you? Chilling. Ready to hear this powerful information on God. I'm just here listening. I'll chime in.
Facts. Kent, my man Clark Kent is in the building. Kent went off on us the other day because we found out he eat chicken. He eat the fucked up parts of the chicken.
Put a one in the building. Put a one in the building if you eat that dog meat and not that white meat. Come on with me, somebody.
This nigga
Black power in this bitch.
This nigga eat turkey back, chicken backs, or I don't know what the hell that is. The thighs.
No, what's happening with you, man? I feel like I'm about to catch a body tonight, man. I heard some of this stuff, man. I think he got y'all niggas, man. Okay. I think he got y'all right now, and he got y'all in the corner right now. Shit.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting to hear it. I can't wait to hear it. I'm always willing to learn something. So yeah, is in the building. What's going on, bro?
Hey, man, what's good with you, man? Pseudo Killer official, man. What it do?
Shit. Hey, look, I know you can't see the screen, but I got a whole production going on. Production going on. So, you know, me and you was definitely locked in on interview mode. So, you know, whenever you ready, you can start chopping it up.
Yeah, how many people, how many hundreds of thousands we got in the building, man?
Oh, my bad. We only at 28,000, but they gonna pour in here. Let me say, my man Danny, what's up, Danny? Thunder in the building, hit that like button. Thugs, Late Show, my man Malik. Daquan, banging song, Daquan. It's fire, trust me. Gary Hart, Phil Lightning. Akul, what's up, Akul? I know you gonna come in later when we give out that link and go crazy. Dave B, what's up, Dave? Mika One always holding us down. Favorite moderate over like 30 different channels. She do her thing. The Watcher. Where you been at, Watcher? But that's where we at. So, you know, whenever you ready to talk to the peoples.
What kind of title you put on that?
I don't know. I made this shit earlier, and
Lord, Hammer.
You can go in and fix it.
Sabotage starts early in the game. Lord, have mercy. All right, what's the title supposed to be? Can indigenous people... Hold on. Hold on. Let's get the title right, man. You can fix it on there. Yeah, we ain't got to be out on the screen. Where Concrete Crew at?
You say you want to catch all the bodies in one place, huh?
Everybody got to get this one.
Got to wrangle them up.
It's really, you know, we've been doing a whole lot of talking and trying to put it together and really wanting to figure out what's good. And I appreciate the variables in the conversation. So for me, this always makes me heighten my game. So the title's supposed to be, can Africa's indigenous people be responsible for their enslavement? Pappas Bulls, 1493. So for me, it's just important when my sense of, I would like to call a sense of just having to really stand all the way up. I feel like I was always built to stand all the way up for these types of conversations. And when I hear a lot of slurs going around about the pseudo killers, you know, I feel a certain way because I'm a pseudo killer. I enjoy the veracity in the group. I enjoy the veracity in the Mossy Clan Warriors, the Kofi Palisade Research Team, and the Amaral Squad. I enjoy that mental combat to the nth degree. But in times of need, the goddamn cream got to rise to the top. It's just that simple. And the conversations, and you know it's bits and pieces and spotty because you'll listen to this video, damn me right. You'll listen to that video, damn me right. And the question is, how can everybody be right? I think for me, I had to take a week and get back into some of my old literature. All right, let me check. Let me see where we at. 1 second. 1 second. Let me see here.
You need the screen share?
No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. We got 42,000 in the building. Man, let's wait till we get to 50, right? Because I think once we put this down, man, we'd be good for eternity on this one. I think it's important. It's essential for everybody to go back over the shows and re-listen to what we're saying. And we must come to a conclusion, right? We must understand what happened in Africa. And the only way we can understand what's going on in Africa is to understand what's going on in the world. What was going on in the world prior to people bumping their head on the continent of Africa is where I'm going at. Y'all know I gotta always go back to the humble beginnings. This is the course of action that's needed. So one of the famous books, and I suggest everybody get a copy, The Destruction of the Black Civilization, Great Issues of Race, from 4,500 BCE to 2000 AD. Great Issues of a Race, from 4,500 BCE to 2000 AD. Whenever things get sticky, I always go to my man right here. A lot of people try to write the book off. How you gonna write the book off? Because the brother actually went to Africa. He obtained certain permits needed to get into the countries and do his surveys amongst the people. He tells you how to actually do it, right? And he was hoping that prior generations would actually come to Africa to get the story. But what he tells us is the first place you go is to Europe. So everybody is running back to Africa real quick, real fast, right? And the Africa this and the Africa that. I went to the great master. The great master said, go to Europe. If you're not physically going to Europe, then you got to mentally, socially, and educationally go to Europe. So for this week, I've been in Europe. And I've been in Europe because that's what the great chancellor said. He said, go to Europe. But why? Why would he tell you to go to Europe instead of going to Africa first? Well, if you physically go to Africa, there are great museums in London and France where all stolen artifacts are. Right? And I say this to be serious, stolen artifacts. Where we at real quick? Stolen artifacts. And if the world was all good right now, why don't they give them all back? Because imperialism, colonialism is still alive and kicking. They just change wordings, right? They put together things. And the funny part about this, right? This is one of these conversations that I don't got to add nothing to it. I don't even got to source up. It's so readily known, right? When I start kicking it, y'all gonna say, man, it's been there in front of our face the whole damn time. Let me find something. I'm gonna show you as we talk about stolen artifacts. Oh, we got that grand number 50. Let me see if I can find something real quick just to show you the, well, nope. So let me pull up the presentation. I'm going to get right into it. Hopefully the rest of the brothers will come in and chime in as we go. We don't want to make this boring. There's a few slides in there. I don't want to read y'all to death. So I'm not even going to kick it off with something out of Chancellor. But I will tell everybody once again, go to page 245 in the Word. I believe it's 245, right? The White Devils. Go to the White Devils chapter. Okay? It's important for you to read that. If you got auto books, go get your download. listen to the chapter entitled, hold on one second. Not the organ of African democracy. I believe it to be 245. Yes, chapter 10, 243. My fault. Devils from the West, white devils from the West. The Congo Angola story, 245. Queen Nzinga, the Unconquerable, 259. And so the brother went back to Africa and he said amongst the tribes and villagemen, and they gave him their story. They call it oral traditions. Nobody wants to listen to oral traditions. At times myself, I have questioned oral traditions. But when you really think about it, the whole biblical text is written off of oral traditions and nobody fucking questions it. So why is it that when we come to oral African traditions, we don't even use it? Very interesting. So we'll use oral traditions and we'll trust our ancestors far more than we'll trust colonizers, new imperialism. Okay? We'll trust our oral story before we trust those who we were definitely at war with. Simple as that. There are certain words that are used to let you know that our ancestors were at war. And the Europeans use those words, but they hide the term war under these terms. Find it to be very, 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 very interesting. Now I want to see if I can do this without my daggone screen freezing up. Let me see if I can do this, because it might get stuck. I don't want all to get stuck. Let's see if I can do this without it getting stuck. Okay, so we might be good. We might be good. So I want to kind of get into it. Do I got to share my screen, Chef, or you going to do it?
You can share your screen.
All right. See how many people in the building, man, so I can take you back to the humble beginnings. I already see we got some nuts in the chat room. I appreciate the nuts. Without the nuts, I have nobody to beat up and pound on. Without the nuts, without the peanut gallery, I have nobody to slap around. Trust me with that. I appreciate the madness in the chat. Cool. So let's rev up the engines. All right. You know what, with the screen shade on?
What?
I wonder what the screen share on. So we'll get right into today's presentation. We'll try hard not to bore you. European madness in the age of discovery. So we're talking about when these Europeans were claiming to discover something. The whole concept itself is pure madness. You cannot discover something that's already there. You cannot discover something where there's people occupying it. It's madness from the beginning. So at this point, the conversation is really over with because we got a group of people, lawyers, popes, kings and queens and businessmen claiming to discover something that ain't even theirs. So anything that happens after they discover on the continent of Africa, amongst different African nations and kingdoms, I know you're not going to blame them. They are responding to their ecology. Macintosh, Johnson versus Macintosh, 21, U.S. 1823. Hate to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these laws are still in effect. How? How, Sway? How are these laws still in effect? How is the doctrine of discovery still in effect? There's the law and the precedents. If you type in that Johnson versus McIntosh and read it, right, you'll get they're arguing certain points. I'm going to show you the points that they're arguing here. I'm going to show you the critical points in that argument that they're still arguing today. 2005, they use it again. How is it that they can continue to use a crazy out of order position of law? How? The country settled. This is how, because the country was settled on the doctrine, on discovery and conquest. Let's get this straight. Conquest is another word for war. I'm going to say it again. Conquest is another word for war. The very land that we stepped on was settled on discovery and conquest. Now watch this. What about that discovery? The discovery limited tribal land rights. These are tribal land rights in the Americas. These are tribal land rights in Australia. These are tribal land rights in Africa. And all continents that they claim were available for discovery. They didn't have cell phones in that day, so at no point did they call forward and ask them, can we come holler at you? Can we broker a deal? Once again, the discovery limited tribal land rights. How in the hell can you limit tribal land rights and not even talk to the kingdoms and the tribes? From this very moment, these fools are mad, I tell you, mad. Discovery limited tribal sovereignty rights, to be sovereign, to be self-governed, to rule yourself, to have your own limitations on whatever you want to have them on, to have expectations, to be sovereign, to have your own land, to control your resources. This doctrine of discovery limited that from the confines of Europe. The two superpowers of this day was Portuguese and Spain. They had these great armadas. An armada is a grouping of ships, warships. They had these great ships with sails on them. And they started their conquests, or they started their wars. Elements of the discovery. Let's deal with the first discovery. So they get to debating back and forth over who's going to be the first to discover this, who's going to be the first to discover that. The first one there, that's yours. Interesting. Actual occupancy. When you get there and occupy the land, it's yours, huh? These are the conversations they was having. Well, once we occupy this, this is going to be this, this is going to be that. So when we talk in terms of the doctrine of discovery, y'all, we're actually talking about the first time in the annals of history that we have what you call global law. There's a better word for it. Not exactly global law, not exactly maritime law, but what's the word I want to use? What's that word, Chef? Where you at, Chef?
Right here. What's up?
What's the global, the universal? Well, it's not universal where governing nations, they have this not maritime law, but they have actually where they just it's rules and regulations are strictly. Hold on, I think this is important.
International law.
International law, absolutely. International law. So the doctrine of discovery is the first glimpse, right, of international law, and none of the indigenous people was invited for that conversation. Preemption, European title. Through these laws, that they put together using the popes and the lawyers and the businessmen. They had title to lands. How is it that you can have title to a land that you ain't never been to yet? How is it that the natives are barely have a title to the land? How is that? It takes a complete nut to do something like that. 5. Sovereign and commercial rights. So these laws that they put together gave them sovereignty and commercial rights over the resources in these lands yet to be discovered. How is that possible? Why does it even make any sense? This is before any indigenous person knew of any of this. I'm gonna let you know now that these Europeans, these colonial nations, they use their laws. They actually put together laws that would say we have commercial rights. Any people we find, we can sell them. Any goods we find, we can sell them. It's ours. Continuity. Another one of those ploys that they put together. Terra nullius. The word terra nullius, this is crazy, means empty earth. When they went to Australia, they used this to claim that Australia was empty. What's the joke in that? Crazy. Terra nullius, empty earth. They just made it empty. Once again, conquest is war. Christianity, we ain't got to talk about that in civilization. They felt like they had the only righteous civilization and they had the only God. That's why I always tell the Christians are the most arrogant people on planet Earth, along with the Muslims. They're the most arrogant people on planet Earth because they claim to have the God. And this is the mission that these European colonial powers was on. Particularly, we're talking about Portuguese and we're talking about Spain. The doctrine of discovery. It's the foundation of violation of human rights of indigenous people. It's a foundation of that. Like this is really the foundation of violating people's human rights. People have the right to choose their own culture. People have the right to sell their own products and goods. People have the right to govern their own land, making their own rules and regulations, picking their own gods. This is what the doctrine of discovery did. It decimated indigenous people on planet Earth. Papist Bull edicts from the Pope, 1455, 1493. This is the discussion. It's law. How evil do you have to be to put together rules and regulations about other? It's like it's like somebody come kick the door in, but they already got a bunch of rules and regulations put together on how to sell your goods and how you have no sovereignty over your land and how you can't have your God. This takes a lot of gumption. Dumb diverses. Papist Bull, dumb diverse. June 18th, 1452. Pope Nicholas V issued the Papist Bull. Hold on, let me move this out the way. Dumb diverses on the 18th of June, 1452. It authorized Alfonso V of Portugal to reduce any Saracens, that's the Muslims, right? So you know they in the Sahara, all right, on the edge of it, all right, and they fighting and they issue the dumb diverse. Let's watch this. And the pagans, who are the pagans? Anybody that's not Christian. That's a Christian term. If you don't believe in Christ, you're a pagan. I don't care if you're a Muslim. If you don't believe in Christ, you're a pagan. And pagans and any other unbelievers, watch this, to perpetual slavery. So they write documents saying that these people will be in perpetual slavery. This facilitated the Portuguese slave trade from West Africa. So at this point, there is no African kings and queens. You hear me say this all the time. There is no African kings and queens sitting alongside the Pope, businessmen, kings and queens that are actually putting together these laws. This is Pope Nicholas, and he's doing it for what? For the Portuguese king. So they're planning the slave trade. They already say, whoever we find, they will be in perpetual slavery. You can't blame that on indigenous people. This is a process. It would be almost like somebody coming into your house with a needle of heroin and shooting you up. Now, what you did after they shoot you up, can you blame them? No, you can't. Let's put the blame squarely where it's at. This facilitated the Portuguese slave trade from West Africa. The same Pope wrote the Bulls Ramblers Pontiff on January 5th on 1455. We want to upgrade a little bit. To the same Alfonso as a follow-up to the Dumb Diverses. It extended to the Catholic nations of Europe domain over discovered lands during the Age of Discovery. The age of slavery, the age of mockery, the age of destruction, the age of foul play, the age of deceit, the age of lying, the age of imperialism by European nations. They came in line. So anything they said, watch this, y'all, anything they said to indigenous people, they were lying. Whether they was acting like they was trading, they was lying. Whether they was acting like they just wanted to take some bodies abroad, they was lying. Everything they said was a lie because they had already facilitated laws. And they had already said, your ass is grass. You're going to be slaves. So all that, well, you know, we kind of did absolutely nothing. Man, how to get stuck? God damn. Hey, Chef, can you hear me?
You got him in the corner,
Hold on, man. I gotta get.
He dazed right now, yo.
Nah, I gotta redo the thing. My shit that froze up. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Here's your man, Pope Nicholas V. These are the Jews that actually construct for the first time in the annals of history international law over lands and people that didn't even know it was coming. Ain't no way we're gonna sit back and act like, well, you know, they participated. Wait a minute. Let's get this straight. Did they really? It was all part of a greater plan put together by crazy people. Ain't no way we're gonna blame them people for doing whatever they did in the face of adversity, in the face of war, in the face of trying to survive. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Let's get this piece though. King Alfonso V of Portuguese. That's that dude. They cut that deal with the Pope that enacted those laws. Let's read the Dumb Diverse. Hold on. Let's read the Papist Bull, Dumb Diverse. We weighing all and singular the promises with due meditation And noting that since we had formerly by other letters of ours granted amongst other things free and ample faculty to the aforesaid King Alfonso to invade, here we go, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever and other enemies of Christ, whoever placed, wherever, my fault, and enemies of Christ, wheresoever placed, and the kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities, dominions, possessions, and all available, and all my fault, and all, watch my fault. Let me get this right. This is important. Let me go back. Let me get this straight. We're weighing all and the singular premises with due meditation. And they meditating on this. And noting that since we had formerly by other letters of ours granted amongst other things free and ample, what's this, faculty to the aforesaid King Alfonso. So this is the Pope, right? He's one of the most powerful people in the European world this time. They all European nations for the most part go to the Pope. To invade, so he's giving them the ability to invade, search out, seek you down, hunt you down, capture, snatch you up, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever and other enemies of Christ, whosoever placed aid and the kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities, dominions, possessions, and all movable and immovable goods. Man, that means he can possess. If you got a tree, they can take the trees off the land. Rubber tree plants that belong to them. How much money did they make off of chopping down, causing indigenous people to chop down rubber plants or rubber vines? That's immovable, right? Chop it down. Movable, all your gold, all your silver, and all your people. Whatsoever held and possessed by them. So anything that's possessed by them, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdom, dukedoms, countries, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, and to convert, what are we talking about here? Them to his and their use and profit. So they did all of that for profit. I'm saying they ain't ran into the indigenous people yet in West Africa. But these are the laws, the international laws that they put together. These are the treaties, these are the laws. And they already telling you what they're going to do to you. Don't talk me to death about, well, you know, they did. Wait a minute, man. We had absolutely nothing to do with this plan right here. Absolutely, positively nothing. We wasn't there while they was writing their laws, putting together the first international law in the history of the world. Saying you can use it for their profit. You, the African American, by having secured and said faculty, the said King Alfonso, or by his authority, the Alpha said infinite, justly, and lawfully has acquired. So everything he robbed, steal, and take and murder, he has acquired it lawfully. It's right there in the literature, y'all. Has acquired and possessed and doth possess. These islands, they took your islands, lands, harbors, and seas. They took the very water that belonged to you. Well, I be damned. And they do of right belong and pertain to the said King Alfonso and his successors. Who are his successors? Ain't no way, man, we can justify allowing these popes, these lawyers, these Jews to put together the laws. We can't let them off the hook. It don't matter what those Africans did at that point. Their ass was grass. We gotta figure out and understand where, how to put the blame in the right spots. That's your boy Nicholas, the Pope, the head of the church. Interesting. In 1493, Alexander VI issued a bull interior, stating one Christian nation did not have the right. So see, now this Pope got to come in and say, whoa, brother man, we got some laws too. Interior criteria, we got some laws too. Watch this Pope change things and want to even it up. So now they actually fighting back and forth using law. This is important. Using law on indigenous people that never heard of their laws. And you know they played the game acting like these people that they discovered didn't have laws, didn't have rulers, wasn't human. Remember that? They wasn't human. Y'all remember that, right? They didn't look at us as human. But that's another lecture. Say that one Christian nation did not have the right to establish dominion over lands previously dominated by another Christian nation, thus establishing the law of nations. Together, the dum diverses, the Romanist pontificate and the interior criteria came to serve as the basis and justification for the doctrine of discovery. The global slave trade of the 15th, 16th centuries and the age of imperialism. Did we forget that? Sometimes you be so immersed, sometimes you be so westernized that you forget what really happened. And you start to place the blame in the wrong places. Ain't nowhere in the world that I can sleep at night allowing the criminal who produced a criminal law, using what humans think is the highest level of spirituality, which is your God. Ain't no way I can sit back and let the record play that goddamn way. Stop the damn record. Let's put it in proper context. Let's go back to the beginning of what really happened. Let's go to the Bull Romulus Pontifex. The Bull of Romulus Pontifex, Nicholas V. Portuguese, right? That's an official document right there, written. It's official document right there. Nicholas, that's how they start off. This is Nicholas now, bishop, servant of the servants of God, for a perpetual remembrance. The Roman pontiff, successor of the key bearer of the heavenly kingdom. Look at that. Now y'all know why I'm a real black atheist. And the vicar of Jesus Christ, contemplating with a father's mind. Watch this. All several climes of the world and the characteristics of all the nations dwelling in them and seeking and desiring the salvation of all, wholesomely orders and disposes upon careful deliberation. So they looking at you, right? They looking at the kings they run across and the leaders. Those things which he sees will be, watch this, agreeable to the divine majesty, and by which he may bring the sheep, so they call you sheep, entrusted to him by God into the single divine fold. So they was trying to bring everybody into Christianity. And they was looking at you real carefully to see, because you know, once you're a Christian, they feel like they can trust you, right? And may acquire for them, watch this, and may acquire for them, who's of them? He's talking about the indigenous people. The reward of eternal what's this? Faculty and obtain pardon for their souls. Wait a minute, dog. Like, did y'all just hear what I just read? Let me summarize it for you. These maniacs, these out of control religious zealots, they went around the world collecting people, checking you out, enslaving you so they could save your soul, so your soul could be pardoned, as if they got the right to even begin to remotely think that way. But in their minds, they thought they was doing a good thing. How? That's your Pope right there. Interior criteria: the legal battle, the spiritual war against the native people. The born interior criteria: Alexander the 6th, May 4th, 1493. That should ring a bell. From this point going forward, you should not allow your children to even remotely celebrate Christopher Columbus, because he was sent on a mission. He had the backing of international made-up crazy quack law to search out lands to be explored, to be exploited, to enslave indigenous people. It's the most ridiculous thing, and we all went to school and we heard that nonsense, and they never gave it to us where it's supposed to be. Alexandria, bishop, servant, they all started there, servant this and servant that to God. That's why I don't mess with their God. So their God is a mindset. Their God is a mental understanding of how they feel like they should be in charge, and how they feel like they should show you, and how they feel like they own everything. That's why I don't deal with that. Servant of the servants of God. To the illustrious sovereigners, our very dear son in Christ, Ferdinand, King, and our very dear daughter in Christ, Isabella, Queen of Castile, Leon, Aragon, Sicily, and Granada, health and apostolistic. Benediction, amongst other works, well pleasing to the divine majesty and cherished of our heart. This assuredly ranks the highest, that in our times, especially the Catholic faith and the Christian religion, be exalted and be everywhere increased and spread, that the health of the souls be cared for. Really? So let me get this straight. They're basically saying that your soul, I don't even know what a soul is. That sure as hell one of our words. I really don't know what they're talking about, but I'm going to appease them on this one. They're saying that one, you got a soul. Two, they're going to spread the religion to help your soul. They're going to care for the health of your soul. Other barbarous nations be overthrown and brought to the faith itself. What does it take to overthrow a nation? Lies, destruction, armies, war, slavery, miscombobulation, pitting each other against each other. This is how you bring the barbarous nations. This is how you overthrow people and bring them to the face itself. Wherefore, in so much as by the favor of divine clemency, we, through of insufficient merits, have been called to this holy see of Peter. Man, so now they saying there's a hope. So they really thought that enslaving you, taking land for commerce and wealth was holy. How dare you, black man and black woman, even begin to play with Christianity? It's the most narcissistic thing that a black man and that indigenous people could ever follow. Now, I wasn't wanting to read the whole document, so I just wanted to dive in at this point right here. Closing it out. This is part of the same document. I moved down because I wanted you to see a person, my man Christopher Cologne, was pleasing to the Lord you with the wise to fulfill your desire. Chose our beloved son, Christopher Columbus. Man, he put him in the document, a man assuredly worthy and of the highest recommendation and fitted for so great an undertaking, whom you furnished with ships, they gave him ships, and men equipped for like designs, not without the greatest hardships, dangers, and expenses to make diligent quests for these remote and unknown mainlands and islands through the seas where hitherto no one had sailed. So they saying even the place that no one has sailed is ours. You can go anywhere you go, it's going to be ours. And they at length with this your man Christopher Columbus that they teach now babies discover the new world. It's the most craziest thing. I think they might have changed the verbiage on it, but what they didn't say was that they was discovering lands to Christianize and westernize them and enslave them. They don't put that part in there. They just absolutely need to. On May 1493, the Spanish-born Pope Alexander VI decreed in the Bull Interior Criteria that all lands west of the south of a pole-to-pole line, 100 leagues west and south of any of the islands of the Azores or Cape Verde Islands should belong to Spain. Man, Portugal objected because its status and rights had been omitted and overlooked. Wow. King John II of the Portugal began negotiations directly with the King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain to push the line west and allow him to lay claim to the lands discovered east of it. And y'all know what that is, that's Africa. The result was the Treaty of Tordesillas. So you know when Christopher Columbus came back, I believe he got to Cuba. When he came back, instead of going straight to Spain, he stopped off at the port in Portuguese. Colonial demarcation line between Castile, Spain and Portugal in the 15th and 16th century. Line of Pope Alexander VI, that's the purple dotted line on the screen. Treaty of Tordesillas, 1494. Treaty of Saragossa, 1529, the green line. The solid purple line, the Treaty of Tordesillas. The dotted line is the one that the Pope did. That's, you got to be a maniac to draw a line down the map and say, Spain, that's your side, that's the Americas, parts of South America, and Portuguese, that's your side, that's Cape Canary Islands. Y'all know anything about the Canary Islands? For a while, the Europeans couldn't get past those areas because those areas had a lot of different winds coming in and out. When they figured out how to get around that, boom, they end up in West Africa. That's Cape Bajordo. Y'all see where that's at, right? That's the Cape they couldn't get around. Once they got around that, it was on and popping.
Yo, what?
King of Belgium, Leopold II. What does this have to do with any of that? Because he carried on the same thing. Leopold was the founder and the sole owner of the Congo Free State, a private project undertaken on his own behalf as a personal union with Belgium. How does one man do this? I'm going to show you. He used Henry Morton Stanley to help him lay claim to the Congo. Remember this whole conversation been about Angola, been about the Congo, been about all that? Right. The present day Democratic Republic of Congo. They say at the Berlin Conference of what? Of 1884 to 1850. At the what conference? The Berlin Conference. So this is another extension, right, of their colonialism. This was the plan all along, and they stayed on the track. They never let up. When is it time to blame indigenous people for anything they did at that time? They on their head constantly. The Berlin Conference. The Berlin Conference from 1884 to 1885, also known as the Congo Conference, watch this, or the West Africa Conference. Who knew that they called it that? But they certainly did. How is it that you can have a conference without us even being there? Once again, they're long-term planning on our resources and people. They actually did that. Amazing. The Berlin Conference. Pushes you into what? The scramble for Africa. What's the scramble for Africa? The scramble for Africa, also called the petition of Africa. You know, like when you petition for things. You're trying to get things. You're fighting over the different land masses. You're dividing them. Or the conquest of Africa, or the war. Remember I told you the word conquest? Or the war of Africa, right? Was the invasion. Y'all know what an invasion is, right? Occupation. Y'all know what it is, right? Division and colonization of most of Africa by 7 Western European powers during a short period known as the what in the histories as the new imperialism between 1881 and 1914. Okay. So there's some terms, right, that I really want to rock out real quick. So I think all I actually have to do, this is when it's entered. Hold on, let me see. This is when it gets fun. Hold on. Let's see. 1 second. I'm gonna do this real quick for y'all. Then I'm gonna send a link, man, that everybody jump in and try to act like y'all ain't just see what y'all just saw. Right? When we talk about King Leopold of the Congo, y'all know what he did, right? He actually took indigenous people. He came in with his army, with his mercenary army. Hold on. And he took indigenous people, indigenous males. No, he took indigenous women, and he forced the males to go into the Congo jungles, forests, and bring back the rubber tree plants. If they didn't, they would kill the women. This is what they did. Now, remember, he was there. He's supposed to be in charge of what? Of actually helping these people. Crazy. We'll do it just like this. Watch this. Because there's some terms I want to click on. Ain't no getting around this. Go to Berlin Conference Wikipedia article. Here you go. European, regulated European colonization. Let's click on the term. Colonization, here you go, is the practice or policy of control by one people or power over another or areas, often by establishing colonies and generally with the aim of economic dominance, y'all. It's in the process of colonization, the colonizers may impose their religion, language, economies, and other cultural practices. The foreign administration rule the territory in pursuit of their interests, seeking the benefit from the colonized regions, peoples, and resources. It is associated with, but distinct from what? Imperialism. I don't know how. Colonization. Colonization refers to a large-scale population movement where the migrants maintain strong links with their or their ancestors' former country, gaining significant privileges over the other inhabitants of the territories by such links. It say when colonization takes place under the protection of colonial structures, it may be termed a settler colonialism. They say this often involves the settlers disposing, look at this, this often involves the settlers disposing indigenous inhabitants, killing them, enslaving them, indigenous inhabitants, or what's this? Instituting legal and other structures which systematically disadvantage them. Man. The basic system of colonization can be defined as the process of establishing foreign control over target territories or people for the purpose of cultivation, right? Often through establishing colonies and possibly by selling them. Man. Let me see. We can't even get through the damn article. Hold on. European colonization during imperialism, new imperialism period coincide with Germany's sudden emergence as an imperial power. The conference was organized by Otto von Bismarck, another white boy. No Africans dared to meet him. It said the first chancellor of Germany. It says its outcome, the General Act of Berlin Conference, can be seen as a what? Formalization of the scramble for Africa. But some, watch this, but some scholars of history warn against an overemphasizing of this role in colonial participation, partitioning of Africa, and draw attention to bilateral arguments concluded before and after the conference. Whatever. They say the conference contributed to ushering in a period of heightened colonial activity by European powers, which eliminated or overrode most existing forms of African autonomy. Come on, man. Development of psychological and moral, political, and bioethical philosophy. Man, come on, man. Self-governance. They took your ability to self-governance. This is crazy. Who amongst you still want to blame the Africans for their involvement? Like what involvement? What involvement are we talking about here? Like, what are you talking about? The crumb that we got out of that? The middle school? Like what's the point of even bringing it up? Like, how do we establish some continuity in understanding where we are and how we got here if we can't even see that whatever our involvement was, it don't even matter? That they was going to do that regardless, no matter how long it took. The gig is definitely up. Scrambling for Africa. You mean they were scrambling for Africa? Was invasion, occupation, division, colonization of most of Africa by 7 Western European powers during a short period of time. New imperialism. It's the 10% of Africa that was under formal European control in 1870 increased to almost 90% by 1914, with only Ethiopia, Abyssinia, and Liberia, remaining independent, though Ethiopia would later be invaded and occupied by Italy. The Berlin Conference in 1884 Regulated European colonization and trade in Africa. Man, if a person regulates your trade, they regulate your life. If they regulate your life, they regulate your life and death. It's usually referred to as the starting point of the scramble of Africa. There were considerable political rivalries amongst the European empires in the last quarter of the 19th century. Partitioning Africa was effected without wars between European nations. It says in the latter years in the 19th century, European nations transitioned from informal imperialism, exercising military influence and economic dominance, to direct rule, bringing about colonial imperialism. Okay. It's one more thing I want to put in, man, because y'all think it's over with, right? Oh, yeah, man, that shit ain't like that no more. Oh, that ain't what it is. We're going to see. Let's see if that's what it is. Watch this. Let's see if it's still rocking like that today. And it make you say, man, have I just outsmarted myself? How did I miss that? That's what I want to do real quick. I'm at the point where everybody started losing their damn attention span. Hold on. I want to come to the... Oh, man, come on. Phone acting stupid. Real quick. I want to come to... Wait 1 second, y'all. Oh, we ain't even bring up westernization. What the hell is that? We ain't bring that term up while we at it. While we at it, while we on their head, ain't no need of getting off of it. Another term, westernization. What is that? What is that? What is that? Westernization. Real quick while we at it. Westernization or westernization, also Europeanization or Europeanizing. What's this? Occidentalization, man, is the process whereby societies come under or adopt Western culture in areas such as industry, technology, science, education, politics, economics, lifestyles, law, norms, mores, customs, traditions, values, mentality, perceptions, diet, clothing, language, writing system, religion, philosophy. Look. That's everything. We have absolutely been westernized. I'm not going for it. I'm not going to sit up here and start blaming the victim for what the victimizing did, planned, put in the laws, did everything. Now all of a sudden, I think no, I understand what happened, completely what happened. And I'm not making any excuses for that. I'm not making any excuses for the roles that were played by anybody. What I'm saying is this is a controlled, westernized, colonialized, scramble for Africa, demarcation line, international law of buffoonery, God, the most high nonsense that the world has ever seen. And we are absolutely victims of this. We can't let them off the hook. Their role was so great in what happened and where we at today that the little, did you think we did? I'm starting to say, did we even do it? It's like going to somebody's house and shooting up with heroin. Then years later talk about they was dope fiends. Well, check this out. If you had never shot me up with heroin, I might not have been a dope fiend. If you hadn't even been in my house in the first place, this is what happened. They shot us up with the imperialism, with the like everything. Listen, everything they said when they invaded us was a lie. There was no truth in it because all they ever wanted to do was what? Enslave you and take your resources. That's not even an overstatement. It's really an understatement. Let me here. If y'all don't think it's still there, fresh. Here, hold on. Let's go to the CIA World Fact Book. I want y'all to go to that website. Right? I want to go to, let me see if I can find a single page. Hold on. World Trap Facebook one. Okay, let me share my screen to kind of show y'all we done. Hey Chef, get that link out, man. Let these people in here, man. See what they gotta say, man. Man, me.
Kent got the babies with him tonight.
And they good. He done got them under control, boy.
Yeah, they good right now.
For
now.
I can't believe it, yo. Ooh, daddy, I see you. All right, here y'all go. Right? Y'all go to this website. We want to see if colonialism is still there. Let's see. Man, we free now, huh? Wow. Let's just go to the one-page summary. Go to one-page summary. All right, go to the one-page summary. Quick. Let's go to our favorite place, Angola. Let's see. Angola. Introduction. Beginning in the 16th century, Portugal established coastal colonies and trading posts and introduced Christianity in Angola. They left out the whole slave part. See how the CIA do y'all from the beginning? They should say introduction, beginning in the 16th century, Portugal enslaved inhabitants in the coastal colonies. The trading posts were really slaving posts and introduced death and destruction to Angola. Gained independence. So watch this. They claim they gained independence from Portugal. And look at this, y'all. It took them all the way to 1975, yo. A 27-year civil war ended in 2002. So we gained our independence and we had to do a civil war. Well, let's see if they're really independent. Let's see. Here go the tell. Y'all know what a tell is, right? If you're a gambler, you know what a tell is. Let's go to the language. The language is a tell. What is their language? What is the state language? Portuguese. Language transmits custom and traditions and ideas and concepts and religions. It's the state language. Look, 71%, 71.2% is the official language. It's the official language. So when you thought you got rid of them, you didn't, because they left their custom and traditions transmitted through their language. Interesting. Then you got 23%. I don't even want to do it. 2%, 8.2%. Forget it. What's the religion, y'all? Roman Catholic, 41%. Look, then you got Protestant, 38.1%. The other, 8.6%. And non-religious, 12%. Man. Interesting. Where else we want to go? Australia. And I'm done. Send that link out. Prehistoric settlers arrived on the continent from South Asia at 40,000 years before the first European began exploring in the 70s. They wasn't exploring. Y'all, they did what, y'all? They was looking for slaves and everything else and resources and money through greed and nonsense. They never tell you that. Let's see. Here you go. Just to tell the language. English. English speaking lads, which colonized that. So whenever you see the language, that's who colonized them. So the Portuguese colonized Angola. That's why they still speak Portuguese, right? So the Portuguese, so the Brits, the English colonized Australia. That's why you got 72% English. Mandarin 2.5%, Arabic 1.4%, and whatever. Religion is what? Protestants 23%, Roman Catholic 22%, Christians 4%, Muslim 2.6%, Buddhists 2.4%, Orthodox, Hindu. These are all the people running up in there, yo. And then the little number right here, 9.2% unspecified, and other 1.3%. Come on, man. The gig is up, man. We know how y'all rolling. Yeah, I just ain't got it in my heart, man, to put any blame anywhere, yo. I just can't do it. I can't see myself. I can't. I can't. I actually can't, yo. I don't have it in me. Yeah, I don't. I just don't, man. I don't got it. I ain't got it in me, Chef. Man, bring somebody on the panel, man. I can't. After seeing all that, yo, it's hard, man. They literally put the needle on their arm, dog. Like, I used to think that maybe they walked up with the needle and say, hey, man, this is some Christmas tree. This is going to matter. But they didn't. They snatched you by the head, threw you on the ground, and they put the needle in you, dog. That's what they did, Chef. It wasn't because remember, they was always lying and always cheating, and they never played by no rules. So I'm not playing by no crazy rule to say that I got to identify the people that did that. Nope, I'm not. There is no rules at this point. They start off with no rules, and I'm going to make sure I end the ship with no rules. So don't nobody expect me to have any rules to, hey, you know what? That group right there was actually slave raiders. What group? I don't know what you're talking about. Was that group? I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Was that really a group? I don't know. I don't know. There's no rules, Chef. Chef, so why I got to bring the rules to the table, Chef? Think about that, Chef. They started out with no rules. Now we got to play by rules. Now we got to actually I don't believe none of the Portuguese account. All the documents, they got their line. They was at war. The winner of war always make the war. The Egyptians did the same thing. The Egyptians, when they won, they voted, they won. And then you got, I'll give you a clear example. You got the Egyptians and you got the quote unquote, man, come on, yo. Damn, I can't believe I'm getting their name, yo. I couldn't hear you.
The Assyrians.
No. It was the Egyptians.
Fought each other and they had different accounts of the.
It wasn't the Assyrians though. It wasn't them.
It was. They both wrote victory stellars.
Yeah, okay, they did it too, but it was another group. You got the first. It's in the not the League of Nations. I forget the name of it, but they got the first treaty ever between the Hittites. They both say they won.
What's going on right now?
Never mind, I don't know. Unc froze up.
He froze up. I thought you did that, Chef.
There you go. You back. You had froze up.
Yeah,
for
he
a minute,
back in there. I thought Chef got you. Yo.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, you need some headphones, yo.
Yeah, you done ran hot.
You need some headphones, yo. I'm gonna have to send you a pair of headphones.
You was smoking them though, You got them.
You was smoking them. You got everybody up out of there with that one.
Chef is studio.
Yeah, he tried.
That's my man though.
He being sarcastic with it.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have no comeback. That was amazing. Like
You put the whole presentation on y'all.
You put
don't listen to him.
Presentation together. Look, I said I'm gonna let Uncle, I'm gonna let him do his thing, right? He said he put the pieces together after he listened to all of the different, shows. He went back and listened to shows. He listened to shows on other channels, and he said, I got it now. And I did my week study. This is where the chips fall at. I mean, if that's where they fall at for you, then
Yeah, Don't talk to me about some African nation participated or was explicit. I don't even believe it.
Right.
I don't believe it. You know why I don't believe it? Because I literally got to read the enemy, the Portuguese account of what Nzinga did with it. I don't believe it. There's no rules though, Chef. That's what I'm really trying to tell you. We was almost acting like that they had some rules to it. As a matter of fact, let me show you how they wasn't even playing by no rules. They wasn't even playing by the African indigenous slavery rule. Remember, King Alfonso wrote the document saying, dude, they're just enslaving anybody. So why would that king of the Congo say, yo, he writing to the Pope. He say, dude, they're enslaving anybody. Why would he say that? Maybe in their mind, they had a system. Now, we all agreed to this system, right? That indigenous slavery, no matter what it is, will be considered barbarian. We agree to that, right? So I can say that because that's prior to Muslims and Christians. You get my point, right? So I'll play by that rule.
What's prior to Muslims and Christians?
Indigenous, servitude, slavery, which consists of prisoners of war, criminals, people that owe debts, right? And like you like to say, people who just snatched the nigga up. All right, I'm gonna give you that. But my point is that
no, you ain't gotta give it to me if you
no. You know why I can give that to you?
Africans is human too.
No. You know why I can give that to you, Chef? Chef, you know why I can give that to you? Because that's prior to them fools coming in. So I can get that to you. We can have that conversation all day long, and we can start talking about being responsible and was it right and wrong. I don't mind the conversation, but we're not talking about when them fools, how Malcolm say, we ain't landing on Plymouth Rock landing on us. Crazy, yo. That's crazy.
American Dream, what's up?
His phone ain't working.
God damn.
Well, you know him, man. He's American Dream, Word Up Magazine.
What's happening, y'all?
How you doing, brother?
What you think about
I'm doing good. I'm sorry?
What do you think about Unc's presentation?
Oh, y'all gonna be mad at me, man. I just realized y'all were on and I just jumped on. I missed the whole presentation, brother.
Oh, you missed
I missed it. I was just gonna kick back and listen and try to jump in where I could, but I missed it, man. So, Unc, you're gonna have to do it all over again.
Nah, I can't. Let me mention some key words to you: imperialism, new imperialism, colonization, scramble for Africa, dumb diverses, Berlin Conference, Papist Bulls, right? Which is really the first international law, right? Like, how do you have international law that clearly states you can enslave and take all their shit? Whether if it's battened down, we can have the trees, right? If it's loose, we can take that too. The shit was ruthless, dog. Under those circumstances, I'm unable to even remotely recognize that the Africans did anything wrong under those circumstances, American Dream. I'm just letting you know right now, bro, because I don't believe anything they say. Remember, they was the enemies. They used different words. They really was waging war. When we go to the CIA fact book, they act like that shit ain't happened. I just showed y'all the dumb diverses, right? How come when we go to the CIA fact book, they say, hey, man, they came in as traitors. You lying son of a bitches. I caught them in the lie, Chef. Come on, Chef, work with me on that, yo. That's wild. That's wild. Anyway, yeah, I can't know all that. I don't know what the Africans did, dog. Have no idea. Have no idea what they did. I don't know.
But I guess how come that doesn't? What does that say about the Europeans though? Does that maintain their guilt, or does that kind of take away the same way which everything you've mentioned? You said it means that the African is not guilty of anything.
No.
Does it also mean that the European is not guilty?
No, because they got the paperwork to show they're guilty. They said we're coming to enslave y'all niggas. They say it. You missed that, huh? They actually missed it when they said, we're trying to save your soul, man. We're going to enslave you and bring you to Christ. Matter of fact, it's going to be perpetual slavery, bro. You know what the word perpetual slavery is? I'm trying to make sure, hey, Chef, Hey, American Dream, I'm social. Right now, nigga, I start looking around and saying, dude, am I in fucking slavery and shit? I just wanted to make sure. Yo, I had to rebrush my shit to make sure that I ain't had a little slave man in the back of my head, dog. Like, that's what it did to me. Like, dude, is they still getting us? Is they still getting it?
What if they actually believe that,
If who believe that?
The Europeans that came in, and what if they actually believe that?
They did believe all that shit.
Okay, so if they believed it, they got conned too. They was believing some shit that wasn't real.
Yeah, that's what Chancellor. Oh.
Ain't nobody fault. Ain't nobody fault.
Oh, the panel is filling up.
Yeah, I told y'all it was about to get lit in this.
The panel is filling up. The wolves,
is at the door. The wolves
hey, look, here they go. Ain't no wolves in the. All the wolves are shot dead. Look. Watch this. This is what Chancellor has to say. He say, now things were changing rapidly, and the people were becoming sharply aware that they were being hemmed in from all directions. It say, to begin with, the Arabs were spreading out and perpetuating formerly forbidden borders of black states. It says, penetrating formerly forbidden borders of black states. It say, they could therefore enter black. Hold on, man. God damn it. These reading glasses.
Don't start fogging up.
I know. It say they could. Whoa. It say they could therefore enter black territory from which whites were banned. It say these black Arabs, many were unmixed, confused African leaders everywhere. It say increase the tensions and tribal wars amongst them and help mightily in destroying the independence of African states. They say, having discussed this in connection with the fall of the Maasi states and elsewhere, my return to the same subject again is to keep a focus on race self-imposed chains as well as on those imposed by the whites. They say a further reason is that blacks themselves do not like to discuss these initial handicaps at all, not even amongst themselves. It say we prefer to pretend that certain things do not exist. It say the fact is in itself is a weakness that strengthens the white power, poisons, it say positions over the blacks. So I don't have a problem with having a conversation about the way we were structured before them nuts came in. That's my conversation, bro. Like I'm with that conversation, right? I'm absolutely with the conversation. We talked about how the indigenous slavery actually was a plug-in, an easy plug-in for those lying, scandalous, mischievous, devilish, making up a fake God, and the whole 9 yard treacherous and slaveless perpetual individuals. I don't mind having that conversation at all, yo, but we're not talking about that when they came in and started shooting.
I have a question for you. Did Caucasian?
Hold on. What's going on, Kyle?
What's happening, Chef? How you doing, bro?
Good.
Hey, Kyle, he might got you at that Christian part though.
Nah. Peep this right here.
I saw you in the chat talking about that. Hey, get him on that Christian part.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to Zinger.
Because you just came in with a strong statement about what white people did, right? Europeans did, and like my question to Unc is: did they do anything that Africans didn't already do to themselves?
Yeah, there's no record of them selling people, making up a whole motherfucking law and writing it down. And there's no evidence of none of that. I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. I know they murdered and killed each other. I know they had indigenous slavery, but that shit is pale in comparison to the shit them dudes did. They still got us going through it right now.
It's colonialism.
Okay, so because the white people was in a capitalistic society when they made money off of selling slaves, and we were just selling slaves because we wanted to sell slaves for religious purposes. Like, what's the difference?
Yo, you must have missed the whole thing, yo.
No,
I listened to the whole thing. I've been in the chat the whole time, bro. I listened to you. Now I was trolling the whole time. Be honest with you, and like it doesn't make sense what you're saying because like you made like I'm just like respectfully, bro. Like I love you, bro. Like it like you making a point, and your point goes against your entire argument from last week.
No, it's not.
It literally does. You making the point about how Christianity did all these terrible bad things, and then last week when we was talking about how Nzinga was a Christian and she did these terrible bad things to her own people, you was like, she didn't do that.
She wasn't really a Christian though.
She wasn't even really a Christian. I ain't gonna get into. I'm not getting to that.
That's a whole other.
That's a whole other thing. Come on, Kai. Let me make this point, though, Kai.
No, that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not, man. No, it's not. I didn't say nothing about. First of all, I said nothing about how bad Christianity was. I simply said that the popes enacted an international law and they faked you out at the highest level with Christianity. They was planning. See the Nzinga. You know what? I'm not fucking with the Nzinga. I said I wasn't. I'm telling you, y'all read the Pope saying enslave the motherfuckers. So that means he didn't believe in Christ. He was playing the game at the highest level to the point where he used Christianity to make international law. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it was bad or good. I'm simply saying the way they used this shit against niggas.
No,
that's all I'm saying. And she used it back on him, Kyle.
Brother Aunt.
About what the Pope's point of view.
Brother Aunt.
Like this, like because I get what you're saying, bro. Like the Pope was definitely he was a I guess post tribulist, right? It was basically he believed that the nations was after the point where the tribulation had already happened in Revelation, and they believed that this was the point where they was impeding the judgment, like in the book of Revelation that they were supposed to kill the sinners and shit. No, because this is important. This like the reason why we was enslaved because of the Bible, bro. Like so we have to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And so like
because the Pope had ordered it. That's what Ankar pointed out with the papal bulls. I
understand that, but if you could give me a second so I can explain.
Hold on, Adrian.
Break it down. Okay, so the reason why the Pope had his position because they was post-tribulation individuals, right? That means that when you read the book of Revelation, they don't believe that the Revelations was about to happen. They believe that it already had happened and that they were supposed to interact with the people and be like, like those people that was supposed to come down from heaven and kill the people and enslave the people and make the kingdom of God. They believe that was their job. And so like this has a large part to do with the mentality of these individuals. They believe that they was being the word, the people of God, and they was spreading God's good graces onto.
Hey, I get what Kyle's saying. He's saying that they actually believed what they were doing was right. So are they to blame? Hold on. So are they to blame for believing?
No, we just silly over this motherfucker. You gonna have you believe the niggas at the highest level don't believe that shit. But you seriously think the Pope really believe that shit?
But you're saying that the Africans.
Nobody at the highest level believes that shit. I said it last week. It makes no sense. I did say that.
You can't make that.
Yo, it's people that believe.
Wait a minute, yo. We can replay. Don't make me find that shit.
No, just because
he played the game at the highest level, yo. Meaning at the highest level, you don't believe that shit. You use it as a tool. The Pope used it as a tool. None of them niggas believe that shit, yo. Except for the little peons in church.
How did he become the Pope? How did he become the Pope unless he had to come? You know what I'm saying? He had to
how do you become a preacher, Kent?
You gotta believe that shit.
All preachers believe that shit.
I don't think all of them believe it. I don't think all of them believe it. But I think. But I think some believe it to the point where they make it to the highest point of the game.
Of course.
I ain't trying to knock what you're saying, but I'm hearing both sides.
No, at the highest y'all making a ridiculous argument, yo. Y'all are trying to argue that the clergy don't believe in their religion. Like y'all
the nigga that wrote the Pappers Bull didn't believe that, yo.
Listen,
because it's not a biblical belief. Hold on, dude.
You
See,
telling me
this is
that
where
the people that
I knew
run
y'all
the
gonna say
religions
it.
don't? No,
I knew y'all was gonna say
it's a ridiculous argument to make because there's like we don't know what people actually believe. We just know what
Yes,
they
we do.
profess. We go off of what they profess, yo. Now, you might not.
That's
listen,
not what I'm saying,
No,
Chef.
no, listen.
Go ahead.
You profess
Can
to
I
be.
make a comment?
Hold on, brother Ray.
Hold on, bro, Ray.
Hold on, brother Ray.
Hold on, bro, Ray.
Look, you profess to be an atheist, right? That's what you profess. Now, you tell us that you believe that, but to us it's just a profession, right? That's something that you profess to us. For all we know, in your heart, you could, when you bow your head, you could be making prayer to Jesus, Allah, or whatever. So we can't go off of what we believe you believe. We only can go off of what you profess in your outward expression. You act like an atheist, right?
But
Hold on. You profess to be an
acting like
atheist.
Christians.
Hold on, Adrian.
Yeah, let that man talk, man. Just get it out. Go ahead.
Look, you act like you profess to be an atheist, and you act like an atheist. But you could secretly hold a Christian belief in your heart. We don't have no control over that. So a pope or a bishop or any clergy, they profess to the public that this is their belief, and they have outward expressions of their belief. Now, what they personally believe in their heart, that's not up for, you see what I'm saying?
Debate.
That's not up for debate.
Yes.
I mean,
It's
that's
not
a
up
poor,
for debate.
that's a poor
Hold
part
on
of
for
an
a minute,
argument,
Ken.
yo.
Agent, everybody freeze.
All right, go ahead.
I got it. I've already asked myself that question. Y'all late. So what I'm telling you is the things that the Pope was writing, you cannot find in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible say enslave these niggas and bring them to Christ. Nowhere. None of that shit for greed, for money. It's not a biblical belief. So the things he were expounding weren't biblical beliefs. So I can safely say that, hold on, bro. Everybody, wait a minute. So I can safely say that the shit this nigga was writing and putting out and the shit they was doing wasn't nothing to do with the Bible. Now they put the sprinkles on it with the God here, ha 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 ha. But that's not actually written in the Bible. So I'm talking about when Malachi York preached that biblical shit, it's not in the Bible.
He does not believe that.
Hold on.
No.
Malachi York don't believe the shit he's talking
Hold on. Wait a minute, Kent. Chef could say the same thing for Malachi York.
Right.
So I know you can't get that part. What we can get is what we read.
Right.
The action, hold on. One thing, Chef. The thing that we can determine is the actions of these individuals. Beliefs can be anything, right? But the action's gonna tell it all.
Right. It's gonna tell it all.
So look, what you just gave was a philosophical argument, right?
Yeah,
and we're trying to argue off of the data, right? You brought us documents. Hold on, you gave us documents, right? So you put forth a whole litigation. So when you bring forth a litigation, you can't then turn around and start and then put what you believe a person thinks. You can't do. You just mix it up. No,
the Catholic Church has always been.
I didn't say that.
No. But because my point is this.
Wait, how did I say I believe something?
Hold on. My point is this. Now, when a person professes, I mean, a religion don't have. How am I trying to say this? Everything in a religion is not predicated off of its sacred book, right? You got extra things, extra biblical documents, right? That the churches create themselves that become part of the religion. So for you to argue that is not in the Bible, right? Then they're not doing Christianity. You can't.
Now I said that's not a Christian belief to do that.
Yes, it is. Hold on. Yes, it is. Because a Christian dictates. Hold on. A Christian dictates Christian belief, right? Now, when those popes make all of those decrees, right? When those church fathers make certain tenets of the faith, right? All of that stuff does not come directly out of the Bible. They interpret it and they put forth standards, right? For the religion.
Yeah,
So propagation. One thing, propagation, right? Now, they supposed to propagate their faith, right or wrong?
Yeah, but they was making international law. Y'all know y'all heard me say because I knew y'all was gonna try to trick that. Like,
listen,
Have y'all heard of Martin Luther?
hold on.
Martin Luther believed his shit, bro. Like, stop it, bro. Like,
Right.
Martin
And
Luther,
if propagating the faith,
thesis to call out the Catholic Church because they were being un-Christian.
That's irrelevant.
But that's just his. That's his beef with the church. That's his beef with somebody, another believer, bro.
we're in a rabbit hole now. They ain't got shit to do with the international law they put together.
I'm just showing that a Christian does not need everything to come out of the Bible.
But I agree with you on that.
Right, but you stated that it wasn't, it wasn't biblical, right? It
was law. It was law, yo. Did they practice in courts today, bro? It's actually law, international law. That's the first sign of international law, to the point where the doctrine of discovery is still in the court system today. And I put the precedent up there, and they argue that in courts today. That's all. So that ain't got shit to do with the Christianity. It just so happened that the Pope, as a matter of fact, Pope Nicholas was actually a fucking lawyer, bro. Like, he was a lawyer. Like, don't get me. I could just keep going with this. So the fact that he was a Christian has absolutely nothing to do with it. The fact that they used Christianity was the most diabolical shit. But then, so back to you, Kent. Whether they believe it or not, what they got to do with the international law and enslaving people?
If the actions go directly against what they say they believe, then you have to put that into question. But it's open to interpretation because, like Chef said, we talking
about enslaving people, and we keep it on where we at. We talking about going to get black people.
Right, but
what they got to do, whether they believe it or not.
Because it don't matter. It's a part of propagation, right?
Yeah,
to propagate the faith.
Bro.
Okay, now, but so what? Okay, but so what? What they got to do with
let's walk through it. You brought it up. So it's a part of your litigation.
Whoa. I brought what up? What I bring up?
The enslavement part. You said that wasn't a part of the faith, right?
No, I said it's not in the biblical text.
Right, and it doesn't have to be in the biblical text.
Well, hold on. That you can write a law to go get black people.
Right, but
that's what I'm talking about.
I can show you how Christians have many things in their religion that's not part of the Bible says.
The Bible says you
can't. No. How do we get on that though? So that's what y'all gonna use all night?
No, because you made the point. I gotta knock that point off the table. I'm not saying that you can't. Hold on, Kent. I'm not saying that you can't prove your point. I'm just saying I can knock that angle off. Not saying that you're wrong, but that angle is wrong. So you can still make.
I didn't bring that angle up.
You did.
No, I simply said he was a pope, but they wrote international law. The verses is international law.
Yeah, once they add, hold on,
top don't believe that shit, and that's how we end up.
Yo, look, hey, I am King Sosa. Look, once they add to the text, once they add to the Bible, now you starting your own shit.
Nah, they can add to it, bro. It's the Catholic Church dictates the doctrine, bro. They can add whatever they want to it.
The Bible says that you can't. The Bible says you can't add to it, bro.
It's however the mother church interprets the doctrine.
That ain't what the Bible says.
They dictate whether you accept evolution, creationism. It's all up to them how they interpret the doctrine, bro. They're the mother church.
What's the name called? What's the catechism? The Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yeah.
They all three God and all that. That
does not
right. What?
That's them. That's they shit.
That's Christian. What are you talking about? Man, y'all crazy as hell, man.
But they adding to the text though.
It doesn't mean it's their religion. Who the
stay shit?
Yo, oh my
God. Where's Bennett at? This where we need Pastor Bennett to come in here and holler at y'all.
Wow,
I see why y'all atheists. Y'all don't understand religion, yo. That's a weak point for y'all, yo. If y'all really sitting here trying to argue that a Christian can't make up their own religion, right? You trying to tell
everybody made up their own religion,
right? And Kent trying to tell a Christian
everybody, the Mormons made up their own religion, yo.
Kent trying to tell a Christian what he can't do with their religion.
Yeah,
we
like
talking
that's
about what they
crazy.
writing
No,
in
you
the
cannot.
Bible,
Hey,
dog.
Now
bro.
let's talk about Islam. Let's talk about the Quran, and then they got the Hadiths. Like the Hadiths was made after the Quran. Like why
Exactly.
y'all act like this shit can't be like it's stuff that evolves, man. Like
That's what they do.
Nah, not no more, nigga.
That's what they do.
It
Yeah, that's what they
always
do.
does. Like
That shit
y'all.
over with. The days of it. It's over with, nigga.
So
You're a
but
cult.
okay,
Nigga,
like
survive
you
in
can't
your
use
cult.
the Christian argument to fall back on Christian documents and the church is a poor argument because that wasn't even. I mean, I know that's an argument that you bring it, but it still doesn't remove the Africans' role in the slave trade. So that was the whole point. Go ahead, Kyle. I know you were trying.
Oh, you know, I
Hey,
switched it up.
let our brother Ray get it at one time. I know brother Ray ain't waiting to get it. Let
Go
brother
ahead,
Ray
brother
get
Ray.
it. I'm familiar with it. Shout out to the elder. Go ahead, get it in, brother.
Peace, brother Ray.
Thank you, brother Kent. Hotel blessings, much love to your family. Listen, I just wanted to make two comments. And one, first of all, this idea of the slavery in West Africa, it was indoctrination of generational dehumanization. And that is a little bit different. I mean, it was one thing for you as an individual to be taken slave, whether male or female, but it was another thing when your whole family and the children thereafter to come and be controlled as slaves. So that's a little different. And I know from history, other empires operated differently in some areas. The next thing is this, and I'm not pointing no fingers literally at anyone. When I see the scarf on the American Nightmare's face, it reminds me of the fact that we look at ourselves comfortably from the position of power. We're in the United States of America, where American dream hopes to be. And for many of us, if we had wealth, we may be thinking about leaving America as opposed to its dream. But the idea of military power and might sort of makes you the word think in a privileged manner. To be a smaller nation, i.e., the tribe in Sentinel Island, let's say they're attacked by military might like the United States. What would the people of North Sentinel do? I think this was the point he was trying to make. When you're out, the science and the technology overcomes your means of survival, you got to think of things outside the norm. And whether it's right or not, I think there has to be a consensus. Now that's the one thing I don't know how much history says about Nzinga. Was there a consensus in a decision? Sure, not for the victims, you get me, family? But when we're sitting here comfortably privileged in the United States of America, one of the greatest military mights on the planet, it is easy to critique how we would have handled and should have handled, or they should have handled something 200 years ago, 300 years ago. And I'm saying, unless you're in those shoes, then regardless how much we philosophize, unless you're in those shoes to deal with the raw reality on the ground, we cannot just we have to take everything with a more broader brush and get a wider scope of why. Was this the consensus? Did they take a vote on that this, in that manner? So those are only two things I want to say in those areas. It's easy to talk about what someone would have did 2,000 years ago here in the 21st century. And regardless how uncomfortable, and I'll end with this, it is naturally that we had the psychological intelligence of things that they never dreamed of, ideas they never had, and even maybe ways of compromising. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for letting me speak up, family, on that. And much love, blessings.
Peace to you too, bro.
Where Adrian at? Go ahead, Adrian. And then we get to
let Adrian get it out. Adrian about to go crazy. I was about to say, go ahead, Adrian.
That was powerful.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna say. First of all, with all of you trying to diffuse the conversation and to make us go down a rabbit hole about the religion this and the religion that, it is a fact that Europeans, specifically the Catholic Church, that Ankh had pointed out, ordered and initiated the slave trade. You can't run around it. You can't try to duck and dodge around it. It happened. You can learn more information on this by reading White Over Black by Winthrop Jordan. There's a chapter where it's called White Over Black, white attitudes towards black people from like 1617 to like 18, I think 1872. But the book is called White Over Black. There's a chapter in there where it's called the African and religion, something like that, where they talk about how Europeans would use the Bible, and they said that Africans were the cursed seed of Ham, whoop-de-woo, and they deserved to be enslaved. And even Walter Rodney, in his work, West Africa and the Atlantic Slave Trade, he talks about this very conversation in one of his pages. He says that yes, there Africans did participate in the slave trade, and that is something that a lot of us don't want to talk about. But the Atlantic slave trade was initiated by Europeans, specifically the Pope. See, what we have to understand is that there are entire nations of African and indigenous people, because we weren't the only people that were affected now. The Pope said, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. And our ancestors was Islamic, and the Native Americans in the New World was something else. So they were enslaved. So we have to really talk about how there's civilizations and ways of life that were destroyed. Whole languages, ways of life are destroyed because Europeans wanted to conquer the New World and conquer Africa. That's all I have to say. Good job, brother. I loved it, man. Because you talked about something that a lot of black people don't want to talk about when the slave trade is brought up. And I commend you. You're on Walter Rodney's shoulders, brother.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think at this point, I don't think the dumb diversion should not be like news to like your average person in the community. I think we should be very familiar with the dumb diverses, right? So did the Pope initiate the international shit? Of course, right? There's no international shit until they get to the New World, right? You can't be international until they get to the New World, right? This is when the decrees are being laid out. Slave is already pumping, right? There's slaves in Lisbon, in Portugal and Lisbon. It's like 1440 something slave markets. So even if the Pope had not have made a decree and those Native Americans had died, and they need a body, the Portuguese would have still ended up in a place where they can get slaves from. And they would have been in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And even that the decree that the Pope made ain't shit, because the Pope, they didn't have the control over Africa. They ain't rushed. They couldn't take Africa. And that's the main argument that we're trying to make, that they could not run up in goddamn Africa and just take and do what they wanted to do. The only way they can do it is if King Alfonso did what he did, and Zinga did what he did, and other vassals take part in that domino effect happen. Otherwise, they ain't got no power. They can't do shit, bro. If you look at Africa from
Europeans, but
Adrian, don't say Adrian. Adrian, let him finish. Let him finish, Adrian.
I'm not doing the emotional, standing.
I'm not either. I saw stuff. So yeah.
Hold on. I'm hitting with straight points from. And even if you look at Africa from 1500 to the economic boom, but you get to the real colonization of Africa in the 1800s, Nigga, the Africans are still at war and fighting with Europeans against Europeans, and they still couldn't get a foothold. They would get a little advantage here, but even in the 1800s, you still got the Dutch. I think the Dutch is aligned with the Ashanti and the British with the Fanti. Like that shit is still going on hundreds of years later, bro. So the creed is a good point, but what does it matter if you can't take Africa? And I'm gonna end on that. I'll let somebody else rock.
That didn't work. I'm going to say it again. They created a global, listen, we're not just talking about Africa, see? We're talking about indigenous people, period. They enacted international law. It's law. And in Spain, right, they really made up law. That's why by the time Cortez and them came back, before they could actually get on the land, they would have to read the decrees. Who the fuck is they reading it to standing on the fucking boats? They played the whole game at the highest level. It was the law. I don't even care what, they just sprinkled their fucking religion in because that's part of the whole deal. But they, listen, y'all, that's why I put it up on the screen. The first thing I showed, yo, right? I showed you such and such versus such and such. To let y'all know it's still there. So all that, they could, yes, they did. It wasn't that, it just would have took them longer. Sosa, whatever you think happened, it didn't happen. You don't know because they was lying, crazy maniacs. This is what we do know. We do know that they was crazy maniacs, Sosa. I'm not believing nothing they said. I don't believe nobody. I don't believe you.
So listen. Throw sources out the window.
Yep. Throw them out the window.
He's saying
throw them all out the window.
He's saying
if it's coming from the Portuguese, listen. I'm not listening to that. I'm not listening to that.
See, when you
I can't.
Afrocentric.
No, right? You don't. I don't know about no Afrocentric. I don't know about Afros. I don't know about Afros. I don't know about being Afrocentric. I know that there was an invading force.
Listen, so you're going to use
that planned a slave trade without anybody. Y'all bugging with that. Y'all made it up.
You out with a nice.
So he's gonna.
Y'all made it up, and y'all listen to the enemy that won the war. I don't believe.
Right. So he's going to use.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When it benefits him.
Benefit what? Okay, what are we saying? Go ahead, Chef. What are we trying to say here? Did the Portuguese say what?
You already said it all.
Right.
You said you're gonna flip. So your main thing is show me a source, this, that, and the third. But I don't want to see no source. I don't want to see no source. I already seen the document. I seen the internet. I seen the law. These niggas made a whole law. You said, and you don't believe the Europeans. You saying whatever they say.
No. I believe. No. Once the law shows you not to believe them. That's the point I'm trying to make here. That they vote a law, yo. They vote a law.
That's documented, Chef. That's documented, bro.
Kenneth, what are you saying? Do you even actually understand what he's saying against his own way of fighting?
No, I'm not. I said there's a law they made. Listen.
He's going to use.
I believe the law they wrote down.
So he's not going to accept those.
No, I accept the law that they wrote, and I'm not going to let anybody deter me away from that, Chef. They wrote it for you to see, Chef.
Oh, you're fighting fair right now.
Hold on. No, but if they're writing, hold on, dude. The shit that they're saying for themselves, you can actually believe that because they're going to actually say like, "Yo, this is what we did." But the shit that they saying the Africans did. You kind of got to, you know what I mean? The winners of the war write the history, bro.
Yeah, yo, I ain't listening to you, Chef. Out there, Chef.
You have to take it all in, bro. Like, you still have to disseminate the information.
Man, y'all do
throw it out just because otherwise there's no history. All history is gone.
Right.
No, it ain't.
So why do you believe any history? So why do you believe any history about Nzinga? Go.
Because Chancellor Williams, what did he do? He went to Africa. He did record it. He did record it.
No, I'm saying he don't use primaries.
He don't have to.
So where's he getting it from?
He don't got to. He used what? What did I say he used? What did I say he used? What did Chancellor William used?
Oral tradition, you know how we do
right,
oral
right.
tradition.
I'm not even listening to y'all. I'm not listening. I'm not listening to y'all. The whole Bible is written off oral tradition. Do I hear somebody saying something?
I can't. Now,
Are you telling me in the
19th? Tradition out the window a few months from now.
He's trying to tell us that in the 1960s, when motherfucking Chancellor Williams was studying in Africa, he wasn't studying among motherfucking literate fucking Africans.
He got a whole bibliography here, bro.
Are you fucking crazy?
No, he got a whole bibliography here, bro. What are you talking about? The whole book wasn't based off of oral traditions. Read the book, Chef. He has like 100 books.
Yourself.
What are you talking about, Chef?
Fuck it. This man crazy, yo.
Yeah, I'm crazy like them Europeans. Let me show my screen. Let's share that. Let me show you how crazy I am. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Chef.
Yo, you done fucked everything up.
You're right.
You're right.
I messed everything up. Yeah, I messed up everything, huh? Let me show you what I didn't do. This is what I didn't do.
Let's play Monopoly. We
this
set the board up all pretty.
Yeah, here we go.
Flip the
here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It say, now we playing jacks.
Hold on. It say Pope Nicholas though. Don't say nothing about the Africans. It say issue the Papa's bull.
I don't know what
this. Hold on, let me read this. Come on, let me read it. It say issue the Papa's bull. Dumb diversions.
Hey, this the wrong
international law.
You sharing the wrong screen.
It say on the 8th.
Hold on.
I'm trying. You can't see my screen?
No, it's showing something else.
No, man, take that shit off, Adrian, right now, yo.
What the hell?
That's the right screen.
Yeah, come on, Adrian, yo. Adrian, cut that shit out. Come on, Adrian.
It's saying that it's showing your screen.
Your screen,
Okay, well, you just said that's the wrong shit. What you talking about?
No, it says Argentina. No, it's showing Argentina, Army. Like, that's what you want to put up right now?
No, that's not me. That's Adrian. Take your screen off, Adrian.
That's screen, yo.
It says I'm sharing the screen, bro.
It says
Yo, cause this man and went crazy. Yo, cussing Adrian.
Yo, see this? No, it was another. Y'all didn't see the book highlighted on there.
Oh, man, that been off.
Oh, I was trying to put that in the chat.
I mean, you actually had it on your screen, yo, and I still was seeing.
That was like 10 minutes ago.
It wasn't, yo, y'all. Now don't let them play y'all. So you saying y'all can't see the screen right now?
Right now, I'm seeing Argentina, Armenia, Aruba, Australia. That's what it's on the screen right now.
Got like the alphabets on the right hand side next to it, bro. Like that's
a whole bunch of dumb shit. A whole bunch of dumb shit.
Chef trying to talk. Chef talking about I'm drinking. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, bro.
Raw tab.
I'm just saying that whole argument is all over the place. With his
not all over the place because you do like you normally do. You cut in. So let me share my screen.
Your slides is all over the place.
I'm not. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Can y'all see the screen? Can y'all see the screen now? Or is it still saying the same shit?
Okay, now that's better. Now you.
Okay, since I'm all over the place, let me show you something right here. See, we getting away from this. It says Pope Nicholas V issued a Papist bull, Dumb Diversions, on June 18th, 1452. That's what it say, don't it? It don't say nothing about the Africans, indigenous people. It don't say none of this shit y'all niggas talking about right now. What it tells you is that this is international law. The nigga was a fucking lawyer while y'all bullshitting. And it clearly says authorized. Let me finish, bro. He authorized Alfonso V, the king, right, of Portugal, to reduce any Saucians, Muslims, and pagans, that mean y'all niggas, and any other unbelievers, that mean y'all niggas, right, to perpetual slavery. It says it right here. It don't got nothing. So perpetual slavery. It facilitated the point. It said it facilitated. What does the word facilitated mean? Y'all tripping. So no matter what the hell you thought a nigga did, it didn't matter because they was already facilitating the shit. The West African slave trade. It say the same Pope, right, wrote the bull Romulus. Right here, look, Romulus pontiff on the January the 5th, right? Because he knew y'all was going to say something, so he added more to it. In 1455, it says to the same Alfredo, right? It says, as the following follow-up to the dumb diversion, he followed up on it. It say it extended the Catholic, hold on, damn it, the Catholic nations of Europe dominion over discovered lands during the age of discovery. What are we talking about here? What's the conversation really about? What are we trying to say? What do we think we're saying here? I'm not crazy. I'm saying that when you talk, watch this, that when you start to talk about the Africans did this, the Africans did that, I like to go to the letter that the king of the Congo wrote. What did the king of the Congo say? He said, whoa, 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 whoa. He said, man, don't come on, dog.
Pull that letter up, though. Like, how we know it's...
Man, we don't got no... Y'all pull it up. I'm going to tell you what the letter said. Chef know what it said. He said, I'm going to pull up in a minute. He said, wait a minute. He said, they enslaving free people. They doing all kind of shit. So you mean to tell me that this king that was well-versed in Portuguese, right, did all that, knew all that, now all of a sudden he lost his mind? So obviously he was under impression that there were certain rules and regulations to follow. They got away from all of that. The reason they got away from it because they never was on it. They never ever followed any rules. So if you don't have any rules, how dare y'all make me commit to any rules in 2021? It makes no sense. So if they have no rules, why you think they telling the truth about the role Africans play in the den? Why that's gotta be the truth, bro? There's no rules. So just let me know what I know. What I do know is that they wrote an international law that said we can snatch all y'all wild niggas. We do know that for sure. Because it's in print. I'm done.
What you're saying now, though, is crazy, though.
It should be crazy.
By treating history like that,
it's good, good. I'm good and crazy. Great.
You are destroying history right now.
Who's destroying history? No, I'm not.
Are you saying that? Hey, Sosa, are you saying that is not true?
Let him do it. This shit is going to be
gold. Hold on, Sosa, are you saying, hold on?
He is saying that you cannot trust history because it's written by somebody else, bro. So what history?
Folks look at it like, oh, Chef, so you just, so Sosa, are you sitting here telling me, let me get this straight now. You trying to tell me, right, that during the time of the Portuguese that made these wild ass colonial lies that put us in a position to get the King Leopold II. Are you telling me, yo, that all of a sudden they started playing by the rules when they was writing their involvement there, yo? Like they in there saying, yo, this king did that. No, they gotta make I want you to realize, yo, that they said that when they got there, niggas didn't have rules and regulations and laws. They said that too, bro. Are you saying that was the truth too?
Also, you have documents of them writing to each other, hey, this is what's going on, yo. We're trying to fight these people. We need you to send more soldiers, but we lost this. So there's other things on the peripheral that you could use.
So go get it then. Go get it and show me that the way they wasn't looking at it, yo, wasn't for their benefit. That it was always for their benefit, Sosa, no matter what you say. Everything they wrote, every game they played was to their benefit. To what? To enslave us perpetually. I read it, bro.
Everything is for their own needs.
All right. What time we got? I'm done. I can't.
Let them do it, yo.
I'm done.
This is gonna be gold on the rewatch, yo.
This is crazy.
We just talk about the 1619 project,
and I'm clipping this shit up.
Oh, you feel that bad, Chef? I ain't seen you clip nothing up yet.
Man, Sosa,
man, I really got to you, yo. Now you clipping up shit.
We might get
because
sources.
you didn't change all
We might actually get sources.
Change all tactics.
Yeah.
Yo, we might actually get sources.
No, boxing. Now you not turn MMA on a nigga. You
hold on. Nah, I think y'all missed it. I don't think y'all reading right.
Oh, this is good. This is good though.
I know.
This
We
is good.
always go.
Oh, I don't think y'all. Hold on. Let me share my screen. I think y'all missed it.
This is good. We got
y'all missed it.
Chef about to get on this A game now.
No, you missed it, Chef. Can y'all see the screen, ladies and gentlemen?
We definitely don't get it.
Can y'all see the screen?
Already.
What that say, yo? What that say, Kent?
Johnson versus McIntosh.
What year is that?
1823.
Okay, and you know in 2005, do y'all know who Johnson versus McIntosh is? They're arguing over the doctrine of discovery and if it can be used, yo. And these are the points from it, bro. So do y'all see that word discovered and conquest? Do you know what the word conquest means?
No.
Yeah, we know what the word
It means
conquest.
war. We just talked about how while at war, the Egyptians and the Hittites, they wrote 2 goddamn documents, both sides saying they won. I'm telling you that they were at war, bro. Y'all is tripping. You gotta relook at all that shit again.
That was important. That was important what you said just now. You said both sides wrote that they won.
Yep. You ain't know that?
That's
no,
crazy.
Ken ain't know that. Ken don't care about that.
That's crazy though. But that's
Ken
crazy.
just argued us down the other day about motherfucking cashiers, yo.
Yo, but hold on. That's crazy. Cause y'all talking about we can rely on. Hold on, but y'all talking about we can rely on these people's history. But you got 2 niggas talking about they won.
That's not uncommon in history, bro. But there's other ways other things we use tools to figure out what was most likely true, bro. Like that's not the first. That shit happens a lot. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what he's saying. Like,
you know what I'm saying, Chef?
No, but that doesn't mean you can't get out.
That's all I'm saying, yo. God damn, that's all I'm saying, bro.
You arguing with history.
I'm not arguing with history, yo.
You arguing with history.
I'm gonna show it again. Hold on, let me show you again.
But y'all saying that he can't say that what niggas wrote ain't the right shit.
Say whatever he want to say, obviously.
I'm not saying whatever I want to say. I didn't say anything. I can say whatever.
He done beat y'all at y'all long game, Chef. I don't know.
No, if that's what y'all want to say, like it's fine.
This is
right. It's open to interpretation at this point.
I didn't say anything.
This route. This is a whole new shit. Nobody here go up with this crazy ass.
Here we go again.
Got nothing to do with nothing.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Do we see this, ladies and gentlemen?
All that shit.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Listen.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute.
I bet you the Mossy don't say shit to about
you see this
crazy ass shit he's saying that.
Hold on for a minute.
Always one
man, y'all jumping.
Just like they don't say shit about the crazy shit a saw say.
This ain't about the Mossy right now,
Hold on, hold on, you jumping.
Y'all gonna get this work.
We the only ones who get shot at.
Hey, Chef, y'all gonna get this work, man.
No, I'm saying we not in the clique, Sosa, right? So everything that we say get challenged. These
y'all don't see this? Hold on for a minute. Y'all not seeing this though?
I know.
That's fact.
Hold on, wait a minute. Do y'all see what this is?
Y'all gonna get this work.
Hold on for a minute. Can everybody read what it say, yo?
Travel the globe.
Right now.
CIA's.
What? That say the who?
CIA's.
That's the what? Central Intelligence Agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I just making this up?
No, that's facts. That's the fact.
What you doing right now?
Okay. Now I don't know what y'all think I'm doing. Hold on. I'm going to do this. Hold on. Sosa. I'm going to do this. I'm going to click this right here. Now, what does it say, Sosa? Can you see it?
What, the Angola shit?
Yeah, can you please, do we want to make it bigger? Let me see if the CIA telling the truth. Since now these niggas is telling the truth with history. I'm going to make it big for y'all. Since I'm just tripping, I lost my mind. I've lost my mind. What does it say? It says what?
Okay, beginning of 6th
It say the beginning though, right? The beginning, the very start of it. When it all started, it say what? Go ahead.
Yeah, beginning in the 16th century, Portugal established coastal colonies and trading posts and introduced Christianity.
I'm done. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm finished.
But we already knew. We already knew
No,
that.
we already know what, yo. That's a fucking lie right there, dog. What is it that we already know, bro? How did they leave that? No, how did they leave that out, Chef? I mean, Sosa.
Leave it out. We were just talking about that.
Sosa, we're talking about the CIA, bro.
What do you mean?
How did they leave it? It wasn't trading posts. They was slave posts, and the Dumb Verses was written prior to that. So it was all a slave mission, bro. Why did they leave that out? Just say slavery and do that. Why did they leave it out, bro? What's the game?
Because it was trade. Oh, you already said it before.
No, you made it up.
POW, bro.
No, you made it up. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. See, you're not willing. You know what, Sosa? See, you're not willing to admit.
Listen.
No, admit it, dog. It ain't have shit to do with trade.
You think these crackers honest?
No, that's not even that. Hold on, bro. No, Sosa, come on, yo. We gotta be real right now. Sosa, listen, bro. I'm really having fun right now, be honest with you. But can we just be honest for one moment? Bro, the only trade was niggas, dog. Let's be real.
No, that wasn't the only trade. That wasn't the only trade.
It said it.
No, but they would trade. I mean, they was trading.
No. Why you let them fake you out? See how they faked you out? They didn't care about nothing else. Okay.
Yeah,
you can't see it.
They was I'm saying, yeah, but they
trading
was trading slaves. They was trading guns and rum.
No, that wasn't it.
And fucking bronze. And
no, that was the game. Listen, you know how you have like a fighter jet. When you send a missile to a fighter jet, it sent off a heat flare. All the shit you just mentioned was the heat flare. They was trying to get to them bodies in them land and resources, bro. They ain't want to really trade. They was taking their shit because God, the Pope said they could, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell everybody right now.
I don't disagree. I don't think nobody.
So then why don't the CIA say slaves? And the other shit. I won't be mad if they say slaves, though. Why they leave it out, bro? Because they playing with your head. That's why they leave that out. That's essential, yo, that it was slaves and other shit. Do you not know if you leave out the word slave, you're cheating again?
But you said they ain't slaves, they POWs, bro.
Man, we talking about from the Portuguese standpoint right now.
This is the same POWs, bro.
We talking about the Portuguese. No, they were slaves to them Portuguese, bro. Stop that.
Yeah.
Come on, yo. You gonna tell me that it was I ain't gotta read it no more. Everybody can go get this shit. I didn't add nothing to it. I just simply say, yo, that they wage war on indigenous people in America. They told the niggas, and hold on, yo, hold on.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that.
Do you not realize they used the Greek word? They used the Latin word, say empty earth. Did they say Australia was empty, yo? I mean, am I the only one saying this? How the fuck was Australia empty, yo?
When you saying they used the word trade instead of slave, you're saying they had an agenda as the reason why they wrote it that way instead of the way it really was.
Right? Why are they doing it?
Like you got to see that.
Because in the 16th century, they set up trading.
Political, yo.
You made it up, man. You made it up. Don't make me go back to the 16th century. Go get a source. You made it up.
It's political.
No, you made it up, Sosa.
No, bro. They
made it up, Sosa.
Trading posts.
When, bro?
If you want to talk about what the trade was,
give me the date, bro.
Trade sounds better than slavery.
Give me the date. No, give me the date, bro. Give me the date, Sosa, since you playing this game. Give me the date.
The date what? The date what?
Give me the date, bro.
The date what? Date for what?
The date. The date
of today?
The date that you claimed the day was just trading. They was always looking for bodies.
I'm saying that they were trading from day one, from when they first came into the Congo. Now I'm not saying
trading for.
I'm not saying that the goal, the end result was not biased. That's not my
argument. They had slaves already, yo, the Sartians, remember? So when they got there, they was looking for more slaves, yo. They looked at that Cape Jordan.
Yeah, but they did not need hundreds of thousands of that shit until they got to goddamn America.
God called it.
Hold on, stop. Hold on, Adrian. In 1444, they don't listen.
14 what, yo? Hold on. 14 what?
1444, there's you can find slave markets in Lisbon, Portugal, right? They don't discover the New World till 1492, right? So that's damn near
You're bugging.
Bro, 1444.
I hear what you're saying. They was fighting against the Muslims. Don't play, yo.
Damn, what they're fighting against.
We're talking about Africa, yo.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that there's slave markets there, bro.
That's
so they have
slave markets where? Hold on, wait.
In Portugal, in Lisbon.
Okay.
Portugal.
So you prove my point. By the time they got you West Africa, the Congo, they was already game tight set with the law behind them, bro.
No, what I'm saying is that when they got to the Congo, they did not need the amount of slaves.
You made that up. You're in your own imagination to say what you're saying right now.
Show me a time.
I don't got to show you nothing.
No. You need to.
I don't have to show you anything.
You're making crazy arguments.
I'm not making a crazy argument.
You're saying believe me. Just know.
I'm not saying believe me. You just read it. Okay, so you want okay,
bro? It's
let me get this straight.
It's simple mathematics, bro. All you gotta do is look at the numbers.
Demonstration beats conversation. We're gonna do this again.
No,
let's use your logic,
bro. I don't want to read. Show me the numbers.
No, we're gonna use. No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
The amount of slaves that were being brought in.
I don't want to hear that amount. You're making it up. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. The same way y'all did it with the 13,000. Y'all made that 30, 40 years. Y'all made that shit up. Y'all made it up.
All over the place, huh?
I'm not all over the place.
Look up anti-gun.
They weren't looking for a goddamn 10, 13.
No, it doesn't say that. You're messing it up because it doesn't say that, bro. Here you go. Let's do it again. It's right here. Come on for a minute, yo. It say 1493, dog. I don't know what you talking about. And 1493, bro, they was like enslaved these niggas.
That's 14.
They wasn't worried about no number. What does the number have to do with it, dog?
I said 1444, but you down there 50 years
Wait a minute, yo. You know I got you faded, yo. Slow it down, yo. Slow it down. Slow it down before you lose control. There you go. 1452. You said what now? What date you said?
I said 1444.
Okay, so you talking 8 years later, bro? Hold on. You talking 6, 7, 8 years? What is your point?
6, 7, 8.
That's the slave market what are you trying to say?
The slave market was already there.
There was already a slave dynamic going on, and when they came into Congo in 1460 something, they set up trading posts. The amount of bodies did not increase until the discovery of New World in 1492.
Are you serious right now?
Bro,
do you know what you think you're trying to do right now? I'm not gonna let you do it. Let me make this clear for you. Let me make this clear for you. Let me make this clear for y'all. Let me make this clear for y'all European. I'm gonna call y'all European apologists at this point because now it's just overwhelming now. Let me make this clear for you, bro. The fact that y'all try to say that they didn't need that many. How the hell y'all know? Was y'all there with them? What makes you say that? Go get the document, yo. I bought documents. Go get the document and say, yo, we really didn't need the slaves. That wasn't even a point, yo. The point was they were discovering lands and resources and robbing and stealing. That's the point, y'all.
Discovering lands in goddamn 1444. What land are they discovering? Niggas is already in goddamn India. Niggas, they know what the fuck they was doing. They was trying to get around and get to where the fucking trade was at, bro. They didn't go looking for the new world. They bumped into that shit by accident.
You made that up, yo.
No, he's correct.
You just made that up, yo.
Columbus did not go and
You just made that up, yo. You just made that up.
So you telling me that Columbus?
It's called the Age of Discovery, dog. Matter of fact, I'm done. Nope, I'm done.
The Age of Discovery is, bro, but I'm saying
I'm done. Nope, I'm done.
Did Columbus sail out to discover the world, bro?
No, he ain't discovered nowhere at no time, but they didn't know about it. He bumped into Cuba, yo. Come on.
Was he looking for Cuba?
He was trying to get to China, bro. I didn't say what they was looking for. Right. How does that delineate away from the regulation, international law that said enslave these niggas?
The whole point
how does that help your point?
Because you're jumping around. Like first we're talking about the amount of slaves. When I get you on that, then
you said something about the amount of slaves, bro. I said it was. Hold on, wait. Sosa, we kind of talking to each other.
Another argument.
So I'm gonna let you talk. My argument was always the same. I simply said before you brought the number. Watch how clear this be. I simply said, right, that they were looking for slaves. It was all about slaves. No matter if it was just 10, my nigga, it was about 10 slaves. You brought up the high number what they needed. I never said that.
Slaves. It was not all about slaves.
Okay, well, the international law was all about slaves. Does that sound better for you?
No, in 1440, 1460 was not all about slaves.
Okay, in 1495, the document said it was about slaves.
Yeah, because now you're in the goddamn new world. That's my whole point, bro. That's my whole point.
Anti-Goncalves had captured thousands.
All right, what time is it? I've been on for 2 hours. I'm done.
He was the
Adrian,
first
what you
Portuguese
talking about,
explorer.
Adrian?
I don't know.
What?
Hey, look, I'm out of here, man.
Look
This is
him
late.
We
What are you
appreciate
talking
y'all
about,
coming
Adrian? I
out.
don't know
Look,
where we at.
look,
African.
A well
No,
organized.
what are we talking about? Like, what's your point?
I
What's
don't
the
know.
point you're trying
Look,
to
hey, look, I'm out of here, folks. I'm out of here. We're gonna do a part 2 or something. I can't argue. This is too late. I'm done.
All right. Sure.
I'm done. Y'all can still rock. Where you at, Chef?
Yeah, we going. I'm
Chef
gonna
done
let
went to
Adrian
sleep.
say
Chef done went to
whatever he's
sleep
trying to
too,
say.
man.
Are we good? Go ahead.
American Dream. What'd you say? Did you say something real quick, American Dream?
Pastor, make me the host.
All right.
But Adrian's trying to make a point. I'm trying to figure out what point he's trying to make.
Well, you got the first Portuguese explorer, the first European explorer, Goncalves had
Jumped off the boat and grabbed slaves. Don't get them niggas started, yo, but I'm gonna let them go. They jumped off the boat and brought some slaves. Y'all tripping, yo. They jumped right off the boat and said, yo, you know what? Let's just bring some slaves back. Is that not true, Sosa? The captain of the ship, the first one that got around the Cape, right? He was like, oh my, let's grab some slaves. Did he not say that, yo?
Because that was status
Okay,
quo
I'm
right
done.
there.
I'm
Africans
done.
would have done that shit. That ain't nothing, nigga. Africans
Oh,
would
man,
have
see?
1,400. Shit, nigga. That's slave. That's good money, nigga. That's a whole person. Go ahead, Adrian.
It's a business.
I almost killed it.
Even Bartholomew de las Casas has said, since the native people are down in these colonies, let's go ahead and get these Africans and stuff and replace them. So, I mean, at the end of the day,
Hold on. You
it
like
was
all
still
over the place.
regulated by Europeans, though.
What time we talk about Columbus, but now you're talking about the fact that the pathogen is wiping out the Indians, the Native Americans, bro. Now
the reason why we were enslaved is because of Bartholomew de las Casas had went to the Pope and said, let's use these Africans as a replacement labor force. So
yeah, nobody would. I mean, I don't think nobody's going to argue against why they chose Africans. We know why they chose Africans. They needed the people that can deal with the climate, bro. That's what they needed, and they know that in Africa that there was a slave system already in play. All they had to do was go set up shop.
Okay,
That's
but
the
it was
whole
still
goddamn point.
initiated by Europeans, though. You couldn't do that without gun technology.
Nobody's saying
so,
who's making up arguments that the Europeans didn't initiate it? We're saying that how can an African initiate an international trade when they ain't even in the goddamn new world? Does that make sense?
But still, though, the way you're framing the argument, like it's like, oh my God, like that's somehow going to negate what the Pope had written down. That's somehow going to negate what Bartholomew did. Okay, we know Africans engaged in slavery, but still it was initiated by Europeans. Whole languages are destroyed, whole cultures are destroyed. So the blame has to go on the Europeans at the end of the day.
I don't give a like. You want to say who? Like you want to take victory of who started this shit? All right, Europeans started it. So now, what does that change about any argument that we made? Nothing. You can have that. I concede the Europeans, they started it, bro. They did it first. However that makes you feel, that still don't change none of the arguments, bro, at all. You know what I'm saying? Like even that decree, how does that decree hold sway in Africa?
Because the Spain and Portugal, they were fighting each other at first over disputes over demarcation. That's why the Pope had made those papal rules.
Could the Portuguese and Spain conquer Africa without the help of the Africans, bro?
Well, they had gun technology that was one, but
gun
still,
technology was not sufficient.
The Spanish and Portuguese, they took prisoners of war off both sides. Read West Africa and Atlantic Slave Trade by Walter Rodney. He points that out.
Forget it. I don't. You can jump from book to book. I'm trying to say at a particular point, and you jumping from state. Like when they first entered 1460 something, bro, in the early 1500s, guns were not sufficient. They weren't sufficient for a long time afterwards, bro. Matter of fact, even the Zulus were still beating the niggas when they had guns. You know what I'm saying, look at go to Spanish Florida. Look at the goddamn the Gullah Geechee War. You got small bands fighting off 2/3 of the United States military. This is the 1800s, bro.
Well, that's because
you're still ignoring the fact that
specifically the British, When they tried to conquer Africa, they didn't know the terrain. It was like Vietnam over there. So I mean,
And
that's why
that's
they
the
was going to
whole
get
point.
first.
That's the whole point. You can't do no shit like that without the help of the people over there. That's the main point. And they were not able, and that still leads to our argument, bro.
No, because still Europeans destroy languages and people. So at the end of the day, yes, there were Africans who helped Europeans, but they were enslaved too. They lost their language too. That's the point that has to be made here.
I don't understand. I think we done made every point that has to be made, but I think it still doesn't change the argument. You know what I'm saying? You can't just throw away goddamn history just because you don't like the people that's writing it. You got to be able to use.
Okay, I didn't throw away history, and then plus history is just a person's interpretation. That's number one. It doesn't really matter about the fact. It's the interpretation.
Of course, but there's things that you use from the peripheral to make sense of it and to qualify some statement to see if it's accurate or not.
Yeah, but
how much you can trust
here's the thing though, people disagree with this. We have so many different perspectives on the 1619 project.
Okay, so then what do we do with it?
It depends on what your interpretation is.
No, but I'm saying you're saying Walter Rodney, all these other people. Who are they using as sources that you so much agree with them?
They're using primarily Basil Davidson,
who's
a few
he
other African scholars as well. But what does that have to do with anything though?
Because they're using the same history, bro, to make an interpretation of what's going on. No, right? They ain't got no new shit. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm not saying, but like, what have I said? I'm saying we got to throw away these Europeans. Where have I said that?
Because you were supporting the argument. Uncle saying he don't believe nothing. You can't trust the shit that the Portuguese was made. He's saying they made that shit up. You can't trust it. I
didn't support them on that one.
I ain't hear you step up. I ain't hear you step up on that one. Yeah, I disagree with Unc's point. American Dream, where you at, man? Go ahead, piss these folks off. He must have stepped away.
No, I'm here. It was kind of hard for me to even try to figure out the point that Unc was trying to make. So I was really just trying to listen and see exactly what he was fundamentally saying. I think he was saying that the split that slavery started with the Pope's decree, and that that's what allowed the Portuguese to do what they did. But I think that you were saying that they were going in there even before the Pope's decree.
Yeah.
So again, it was just really hard for me to figure out exactly what Ank's main point is. Which is why I was just trying to listen and trying to catch up. The only thing I would say, man, is that again, whether or not, like me personally, I don't know of. I don't even know if what I'm gonna say has any relevance to what's been discussed, but just I don't see where any African nation today or throughout history has offered its people the type of freedom that America offers people.
No
You know what I'm
doubt.
saying? And I think for that reason alone, like I'm not gonna waste my time trying to figure out, like anything about that. Like I feel like I'm in the greatest country that I could possibly be in right now, and I'm content with that, and I'm gonna continue being content with that. And I think that's what's gonna allow me to be like the best person I can be. Like and I'm not gonna be hung up on, slavery and America's history with slavery. Because every great nation has a history with slavery. And I'm not gonna allow that to limit me and who I am as an American. An American is the only thing that I can see myself as, because this is where I'm at. I don't know if that pisses people off enough for you, Sosa.
I mean, that's what we are. We
But
African
I was just
Americans,
following
yo.
along with
That's
what you
just
were
what it
saying with
is.
bro. I thought you were on point. But again, I just don't know. Sometimes I'm wondering if people listen.
Yeah, we're not saying though, but listen, because it's also a show.
Hey, so
and a podcast. We'll go, yeah.
Hey, so this point basically was that you can't blame the victim, yo. That was the whole point of his whole presentation. Is that the Africans was the victims.
And I'm saying
you can't blame the victim. That's that. I mean, that's
Yeah.
bottom line.
If I show up at your crib, right, you don't sell no crack. I'm like, nigga, I got this code. Nigga, we can whip this shit out. We can make some money. And I was like, look, motherfuckers gonna be hooked in the community now.
That ain't the scenario.
So,
that ain't the scenario. He's saying,
yeah,
goddamn,
that is the scenario.
Hold on. He's saying the niggas. He's saying the nigga pull up to your crib. He's like, yo, I got some good weed. And you done smoked weed before, right? But then the nigga say, the nigga put some other stuff in the weed or whatever, and goddamn, you smoke it and you don't even know that's in there, and now you high for that, but then you go crazy. That's how he present. That's what happened.
That's unfortunate scenario.
like Smokey over on Friday when they put that angel dust in that joint. Like they had them, you know what I mean?
No, what they did was like, listen, we trying to set up shop in the hood, right? And he like, yo, they're like, look, we can't do this shit without you. Can't. Like, we try to go up and them niggas run us up out that motherfucker, bro. But we got that work that you need. And we, you know what I'm saying? And he's like, all right, look, I got you. I'm fucking with you. Come on, you with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have my crew protect you. You know what I'm saying? We gonna go. You know what I'm saying? You gonna bring your soldiers in. We gonna combine forces, and then we gonna bang on all the other crews and conglomerate all this shit together. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened, nigga. We like, yo, all parties involved are complicit. You know what I'm saying? Regardless.
And I've said it before, and I think the main reason why people want to continue to make Africa just a victim of slavery is, I think it's because of to keep the white supremacy narrative going, because slavery is at the heart of the white supremacy narrative. Like, that is like the foundation of it. The other stuff, the Jim Crow and redlining, like, that's all like little stuff mixed in here and there. But the foundation of the idea of white supremacy is slavery. And I don't know if we realize that when we're doing what we're doing, we're kind of clawing away at the idea of white supremacy when we're saying, was this just, white people going into Africa and just taking advantage of their innocence and just victimizing them? And if it is, then that's white supremacy. But if it's not, then, where is the white supremacy in that? And I think that's that rabbit hole that we've, put ourselves down. And it's something we're going to have to confront, because, and we're going to have to be honest with ourselves and say, if we knock down this wall, there's some other stuff that's going to have to go down with it, like a roof is going to go down with it. You know what I'm saying? And we have to deal with not just the wall we're knocking down going down, but that roof as well. And just know that, it's all connected. But I'm convinced that that's why people, for the most part, like, don't want to do away with the idea of Africa being victims of slavery, because I think that idea perpetuates the idea of white supremacy, which is, financially.
So hold on. American Dream. Are you saying that? They weren't the victims of white supremacy?
No, he's saying that they're using that. Basically, what he's saying is they're using it as a built-in excuse to why for failure.
That's a different. Right? That's a different conversation, though.
No, it's the same conversation, bro.
Conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of like it gives us a scapegoat.
You're talking about modern times compared to ancient times. Like, you can't compare the two. Like, it was different times back then. Certain things, like, back then you had to do or you was gonna die. Nowadays we have options. Like, we can actually choose.
The king of Congo wasn't gonna die. The niggas didn't have the power to do nothing to him. He wasn't under any threat, bro. He was never under any pressure to do anything he did. You understand? Like, everything that they was able to do was from his blessing. Yo, all right, yo, go over here, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna give you that land to go do that on. Like he was never pressed at any moment. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. He wasn't a victim. He was he was complicit. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you get down to Queen and Zinga, now that Congo's putting pressure on them, and you want to say, okay, now they got smoke, and then you can make the argument, that now the other powers beefing on them. But King Alfonso, like them niggas, he wouldn't worry about them niggas. Like they couldn't touch him.
So you saying niggas wasn't outgunned? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, man, hell no, not in the 1500 and shit like that. Hell no, man. Nigga, bow and arrow, what the fuck them niggas. Like even when you read the book, like some of the fiercest warriors was they talk about the Imangalas, like other small groups that were fierce warriors, bro. And that's who and the fighting sides had them on their team.
Unc in the chat, he said you made that up, yo.
The Unc thing, I made everything up.
You might as well come on back in here. Y'all know why he hiding in the chat.
I'll be like, equals MC squared. You made that shit up, Sosa. You made that shit.
He said you made that up, man.
Yeah, he think I just make all type of shit up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, like King Alfonso was never pressed at all, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, like, and that's what I think that's my thing that gets me upset too, right? It's like they portray Africa as like this weak and feeble group of people. You know what I'm saying? They feeble-minded, they easily manipulated and tricked. You know what I'm saying? And so it's always like, yeah, they just didn't know no better, man. So they thought the bit was gonna be smooth. They used to doing good. You know what I'm saying?
We have to just admit they was outsmarted though. Like we just have to admit that. Like
I mean,
at a certain point,
they got outmaneuvered. Of course, you can't disagree with that.
In 48 laws, they say, yo, you gotta admit when you lost some shit, yo, and we lost.
Yeah.
It is what it is. They accept it and move on. You feel me?
Yeah, they get outmaneuvered, but that doesn't mean that they didn't know what the maneuver was. You know what I'm saying? Like a nigga flipped on them, but you gotta understand, like, if you at war with people that look like you, right? And another group coming that don't look like you don't give a damn if they don't look like you. You just doing business. You know what I'm saying? Like
you just doing business?
Yeah, they don't have the racial white man, black man shit back then. They're like,
right.
Nah, you look straight, you look crazy as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But you got some good shit.
Hold on. So you saying ain't no race back then?
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they ain't looking at it like that. Like, you know, they're like, look at these crackers. Like,
ain't no black power, ain't none of that shit going on.
Nah, ain't no black power, ain't none of that shit, man.
But that's another point. That's another key point right there. Ain't no black unity, ain't no African ain't no okay.
So it's like, can you help me get these other dudes over here? All right, bet. I'm with it. No, like shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit, like these niggas over here is a problem. I need help with these niggas. Like, and they're like, nigga, with you on my side? With them goods? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, man.
Yeah, it's even likely that they had to get the blessings of these African kings in order to even get into that the trading game. You know what I mean? Because before, I think Chef had read something where he mentioned that at the beginning the Portuguese were working kind of like a taxi service between African nations, just running slaves from one to the other. And I think at some point, you know, when they wanted to get into taking them out of Africa, they had to, on some level, get the blessings of those kings. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't just they just started doing this shit all on their own.
Are you just saying that, or you got some sources?
Nah, that's facts. That's facts.
Like in my head, it's just what makes natural sense in my head.
See, but
you know what I mean?
We read that earlier though.
We read do the natural what makes sense type shit.
We read that earlier about how the Portuguese was working for the Africans. Like that, their job was to transport the bodies in the beginning. This is like this is way down. This is building up to what would eventually, you know what I mean, get them in with certain Africans and stuff and get into the Congo shit like that. This is how they knew where to go when it was time to get slaves. Like I said, it was already a slave market in Lisbon. You know what I'm saying? Because they're doing business too. 1444, they already got a market there. You know what I'm saying? So they're already familiar with what's going on.
So do they know? So when they already have a slave market, It's not the same as what these Europeans is bringing to the game.
I mean, it's the same. I mean, you could argue that slavery in America was different, but I mean, shit, slavery is slavery. Like shit. I mean,
In terms of if you mean
no, you can't say
if you
that.
mean
So
taking
I ain't gonna. But see, look, I'm not
you
gonna
can't
make
say
the
slavery
argument.
is slavery is slavery.
Listen,
'Cause
okay,
you got some wicked shit going on, and then you got some shit where all right, y'all go ahead and work that debt off. You feel me?
But Kent, if you want to say Africa had the best slavery, all right, you got it. I'm saying Africa had
I
the
ain't
best
saying they had
slavery.
the best slavery. Like, no, I'm just saying there's a difference though. It's a difference between going to jail and then being somebody's damn, like being in the goddamn like being
where they grabbed them
I
slaves.
can't even
Bro.
think of the word. Like it's different though, yo.
Yeah, when they grab them slaves, they grabbing men, they grabbing women, they grabbing children, bro. And some of them may get work back into the community. Others are getting shipped off and sold
So
to other people within the continent.
So you got chattel, right? That's what y'all was arguing the other night, right? Chattel slavery,
chattel property,
and then you got the slavery where you got prisoners, and then you got people that are trying to work off their debt and all of that shit, right? It's a major difference in between that.
I mean, like I said, we didn't really get down into it, but you still got first, second, and third generation slaves from Africa.
The difference is like
from
the
what I
difference
understand,
between
hold up, American Dream. And from what I understand is that Africans didn't really have a wide range of that chattel shit. It was people doing that, but that wasn't their main. You know what I mean? That wasn't the slavery as a main focus for them. It was like some other shit.
Yeah.
When the Europeans came, their whole shit was like, yo, we chattel slavery. That's the game. That's what we do.
I mean, we've been arguing that what they'll argue is that they'll say that didn't occur prior to 650 AD. That's their argument. So they'll concede from 650 on up, and they'll say that that's because the Muslims were there. See what I'm saying? It's always that's because Christianity was there, or because Islam was there. You know what I'm saying? It's never the actual people that do it. It's religion. Then it ain't the religion.
But I mean, it was.
They ain't believe the religion. It's like it's just crazy. It's too confusing to keep up with.
So that's the thing. I'm not the history buff. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going off of what I've been hearing for the last few weeks. You know what I mean? So it was there before Arab and all of that shit, right? Arab slavery and all that. But it's not that European shit. Like Europeans got that pure white coat. They got that chattel slavery. They got that that whip to your back.
That's not true, bro.
Yeah,
that's not true, bro.
That's American though, but all forms of indigenous slavery kind of look similar. You know what I'm saying? It's like you talk about when it gets to America, it may look different, but Native American slavery.
Supreme Shabazz said good slavery. So I agree. There's no such thing as good slavery.
Good slavery. That sweet, juicy slavery.
But look, we gotta admit some things are better than others, yo. I would rather be a nigga working off a debt than goddamn getting beaten to submission for the rest of my life and my children's lives and their children's lives, yo. Like, come on, this is different.
Africa had that slavery zero. You know what I'm saying?
That slavery light. You know what I'm saying?
Slavery light. No sugar, no fat-free slavery and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I want to be on the slavery light though. I'm not bullshit.
For real.
Yo, I gotta tell you though. Like if let's say I had two slaves, because the difference between I think the only difference between what you're calling chattel slavery or like debt slavery is kind of like having a full-time job or having a part-time job, right? Debt slavery is like you're a slave but for a little bit, for like a month or two, right? And you just have to, right? So if I had a slave that was my slave for the rest of his life,
or it's like indentured servants, I think what they used to call.
Let me just say this: if I had a slave that was my slave for the rest of his life, and then I had a second slave that was like an indentured slave that I had for a year, or let's say a month, right? And after a month, he would pay off his debt. Who do you think I would work harder in that month?
The indentured servant, because you only got him for a little bit of time.
Hell yeah.
But I mean,
So
you
for
can't
you
just
to
say that.
so all I
Say,
would know what I'm
hold
saying.
on,
No,
hold
what
on. But
I'm
you can't
saying to
just
you
say
is
that. You
no,
can't
no, no.
just
What I'm saying,
because that's
what I'm saying to
speculation at
you
that
is,
point. It's
but
speculation.
you,
Yeah, but
so
after that
you're
month, you're
saying that
done.
you speculated when you said you thought it was easier for the indentured servant. You're speculating. How do you know that?
Yeah, but American Dream, if I told you you can work, I'm gonna work you hard as hell for 1 month, or I can work you a little bit lightly and you can get a lot of sleep for the rest of your life. I think you might just say, look, let me just bust my ass for 1 month, bro. Like,
Yo, if you tell me my
No,
children,
but you're
hold
acting
on,
as
hey
like there
Sosa,
was no choice in this.
back to what you,
Nobody had a
hey,
choice.
hey Sosa, and my
yeah,
children got to be slaves, and their children's got to be like, come on, man. Like
yeah,
that's different. That's different than just working off a debt, yo.
although they were first, second, and third generation slaves though in Africa. It's not like the narrative is like every person that was a prisoner of war eventually became free. Like that's not the case. Like they're not going to, all prisoners of war didn't get work back into society. Some of them were shipped out and sold again and sold again. And some of them had children, and their children were also born into a lower caste of slaves. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually those kids at some point may get work into to work back in the system, or they may not. They may have, you know what I'm saying, a child. Like it's not just black and white like that. Like all of them get the opportunity to make it out. You know what I mean? Like no, they're not finna have no 1,000 POWs in one area, and then when those folks come to attack, now they're gonna have the people that's attacking, and they're gonna have people to help them already inside the goddamn city. Like nah, they're gonna ship them. They're gonna send them way out where their relatives aren't located. You know what I'm saying? That way they can't run away. You feel me? So it ain't gonna be
Right. So it seems as if people kind of think that the the idea of a slave, your children being slaves, right? If I have a slave, his child is going to be my slave. Like that happened in Africa as well. Like
yeah,
if that's what you mean by
Yeah,
chattel
yeah,
slavery,
it happened.
that
Yeah,
happened
yeah, it
in
happened.
Africa as
Yeah,
well.
it happened, but it wasn't. It was like it's like you got one rotten apple in a bunch type thing. Like it's a small percentage of that happened. It's not like a major thing in Africa at that point until the
Yeah, it
European come
wasn't
in with
like
that. Until the
yeah,
Europeans
Why
come
do you
in with
think that?
what you
well, because
mean?
Why do
it
you
was because in Europe,
Show me where it was.
not Europe.
Show me where it
Yeah,
was like that
yeah, because
abundantly in Africa where they was practicing chattel slavery, and I'll shut the
in
hell up.
America that was law. You
Right.
understand? That's a
No,
little
I'm
different.
talking American Dream though. American Dream. Show me where that was abundant in Africa, where chattel slavery was just rampant across
so
Africa.
so if their slaves had children,
Done
you think they just
by
let their
Africans.
children go? So if their slaves had children, you think they just let their children go?
Nah, American Dream. I'm asking you, show me where chattel slavery was abundant in Africa before the Europeans came along.
Okay, what do you mean by chattel slavery? Hold on, what do you mean by chattel slavery?
Chattel slavery, like you don't know what chattel slavery is?
No, I've heard a bunch of definitions for it. I want to know. You're asking me. I want to know what you're talking about when you say chattel slavery.
I'm talking about that vicious shit them Europeans brought to the game.
Children.
Vicious stuff? No, hold. You said vicious stuff? Then yes, that happened all over Africa. Vicious stuff in slavery.
Talking children.
We're talking generational slavery.
You can never.
Yeah, that happened all over. Of course, that happened all over Africa too.
Abundantly.
They weren't just giving. Of course, like people weren't giving up their slaves.
Yeah, you fucking up, American.
Why do you think people were giving up their slaves?
I mean,
source up, American Dream.
It ain't gonna be that. It's not because I don't think you can't find African law.
Source up, American Dream.
Do we agree?
I'm just asking the source. I don't know nothing. Source
one
up.
of the main components.
Okay, do y'all think they were selling slaves in Africa?
Nah, one of the main components you would find.
No,
slavery thing though is that slave armies though, like that was a big thing. You know what I mean? So a lot of people that would become slave would be worked into the military. So they, you know what I'm saying, to armies to fight. You understand me? So.
And what would happen to their children? Their children would just be free.
Slave had children. In some cases they would be born into a lower class. They can
exactly.
work.
They would be born into the slave class.
The thing is,
they would be born into the slave class.
It was a small percentage of that, though.
What are you talking about? Come on, y'all got to use your brain sometimes.
They're all born into the slave class.
And I'm not even a history dude, yo. But even I
you
know
don't
that.
have to be. You just got to use your common sense sometimes.
Nah, because you can't just make up shit.
Bro,
like,
okay,
you gotta
okay.
really
Do you
have
think
a
they were
source
okay?
for that.
Okay. Do you think they were selling?
I'll
do you
give
think
you
they
this.
sold their slaves in
I'll give you
Africa?
this American dream. If you can show me that, then all right, I'm cool. I'm rocking with
Hold on. Do you think they sold slaves in Africa?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do you think they sold slaves to faraway places?
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It was more likely. It was even more likely that they would sell them to faraway places than
we ain't working with the more likely. We working on like what actually happened.
No, just you use your common sense, bro. You got to sell your slaves far away because otherwise they're going.
I don't do the common guessing now.
Come on, dog. Bro. You should use your common sense. Like, don't let anyone tell you not to use your common sense. Okay, common sense is a good thing.
You guessing?
Right. So they were buying slaves. Like what I'm saying
for the audience. Hold on, because you might actually teach me something right now. So just show me where that was happening.
Dog. Nobody should have to give you a source for nothing. We're living in the age of Google. Put that shit in Google.
Yo. That's the pseudo
bro.
We do nothing
Put that
but
shit
sources.
in Google and it'll come up. Come on, man. Stop killing the conversation on some nonsense.
Hey, Sosa, man, you hear this nigga, yo?
Nah, they did transport them slaves though. That was the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they transport. Go ahead.
Because you're not going to have a slave in an area where he's extremely familiar with some people you just got to fight with. So I'm saying he can get away and he can get help from his kinfolk to get away. But if you put him
when those slaves who are sent away to these faraway land, right, when they get there and they happen to have kids, you think those kids just become citizens of those faraway lands and they treat them like they're just regular folks? Like they're still in the slave class and they're still treated among that slave class. So this idea of perpetual, what are y'all talking about? Of course they remain slaves. Like the only way to get out of it is if they did some great shit in some army and won their freedom somehow. And that stuff was happening even in America. They was promising people their freedom if they fought in wars here too. So I don't see the major difference that y'all are discussing.
I'm discussing in terms of it being like we know America is a law. You know what I'm saying? So as far as Africa, we can speculate, but we can't say it was as dominant. It wasn't a dominant actual law.
Come on, of course it was. The kings and them was running that shit. Of course it was. What do you mean it wasn't a law? Like the king was doing it. It's the law. What you mean?
No, I'm saying it like it, but. The dynamic was different.
This is not a democracy. It's not like they're a democracy where there are laws written here and the king is the law.
I'm saying the dynamic was different. You had like a slave. You know what I'm saying? Like even like I said, I'm not fully disagreeing with you. I don't know the percentage of how rampant it were, but I'm just saying as far as what we know, you know what I'm saying, we know what
it wasn't that European shit.
A little different in Africa. Although some of it look the same in Africa. I will agree with that. I'm just saying that we can't say for certain to what percentage, but we know it looked different though, right?
Right.
We can agree that it looked different.
We can agree.
No, man, I gotta tell you,
American Dream? Can we agree to that?
Even though there was some similarity, some of it looked different.
And it looked different.
That it looked different? Of course, the climate was different. Everything was different. Of course, it's going to look different. But you know what I mean? You put the Europeans in Africa, they're going to probably treat in that same culture, they're going to treat them the same way probably. But I'm saying slavery is slavery, bro. The only reason it's different is because of culture and climate and where people happen to be in their evolution in terms of their humanity.
I think that's where y'all fucking up though, because y'all saying slavery is slavery when there's different types. Hold on, and let's be real. It's a spectrum. Hold on, it's a spectrum of slavery, yo. That's some new shit. It is a spectrum of the slavery.
Slavery is a spectrum.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question. Today, would you rather be a slave in Africa or a slave somewhere in Europe today?
I would rather be the slave that has to earn off. That's
not what I asked you, bro. See, you got to change. You changing the question. That's not what I asked you.
We talking about what really was. What really was. You asked me a very vague question, and I'm telling you that in the spectrum of slavery, I'd rather be the dude that has to damn pay off a debt than the one that's just out here and his children, his grandchildren, his grandchildren's children.
How much of a debt? How much of a debt?
Whatever the fuck
How much
that
of a
was.
debt?
Like, long as
How
I can
much of
pay it
a
off,
debt?
long as I can pay it off in my lifetime, and then I'm no more slavery. I'd rather do that.
No, but that's indentured servitude, kid. That could be everybody.
Yeah, I'd rather be that slave. I'd rather be the indentured servitude rather
They
than
had
the
that
nigga
in
that's.
America too, you know.
Yeah, you had that in America.
You know they had it
But you
here in
just asked me
America
a
too.
question. You just asked me a question.
Yeah,
Which
but
one would I
Are
rather?
you aware they had that in America as well?
You're asking me a question. Which one would I rather be? And I just answered your question.
Okay, I know. Now I'm asking you another question. Are you aware they had indentured slavery in America as well?
Okay, your point.
My point is they had indentured slave, they had slavery in Africa, and slavery in America, indentured slavery in Africa, and indentured slavery in America. Like they had slavery, all types of slavery everywhere.
Slave-like, die slavery, fat-free
Every
slavery.
type of slavery existed everywhere. Like you're acting as if in Africa all they had was indentured slavery, and then in America they had like this really bad one.
No, I'm not.
That is what you're trying to make it sound like, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the chattel slavery wasn't
Exactly. Like chattel
abundant.
slavery existed. Yes, it was, dog. Like, what do you mean?
And all I'm asking you to do is show me a source that says it was abundant.
You know, when I asked you to define chattel slavery, you said vicious. They were cutting their penises off, bro. If you think that's not vicious, they was sacrificing them to their gods. If you think that's not vicious, worst of all,
you're giving me the Gish Gallop right now, yo. No, you're giving me the Gish Gallop. I'm asking you.
The Africans were eating their slaves. If you think that's not worse than chattel slavery,
all you got to do is type in your shit and show me a source that says
American Dream on his foot. He gonna go to the long.
Yeah, he
when
going all
did you
around
learn
the
the
board.
word Gish Gallop? When did you learn that word?
Robert, what was the dude book name? Shit, I forgot.
Yo, the minute you learned that word, you should have unlearned that word.
What?
Y'all sound silly as hell using that word.
Oh, you tripping?
Anyway,
You tripping? Hold on. So you don't know what that is? You don't know what the Gish Gallop is?
it sounds silly as hell.
Because that's what
Y'all
you're
can say
doing right now.
whatever it means.
You saying a whole bunch of other shit that ain't got nothing to do with your point. You asked me one question
Okay,
and
man.
you went and started asking all kind of other shit or saying all kind of other shit. That's what the Gish
Okay.
Gallop is. You can't change
Okay,
the
the
subject.
Gish Gallop. Okay, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Of course you don't.
So why are we arguing?
We not.
No, because you keep cutting me off and saying stuff like Gish Gallop. Like when I'm talking, you say, "Oh, that's the Gish." Like I don't understand why you're doing that.
Because you started talking about other shit that ain't got nothing to do with what you originally
What was
started
I
talking
talking about? What was I talking about?
You asked me a question, right? You said, what kind of slavery would I rather be in? Right? I told you.
On the way back there.
Huh?
Never mind. Go ahead.
I told you. I said I'd rather be an indentured servant than a dude that got a damn children's children got to be in the slavery and shit. That chattel
Okay,
shit.
so you could have been if you'd rather be an indentured slave, then you could have been in America too.
What the fuck America got to do with what we talk? Man.
Because you're trying to say African slavery was better. You're trying to say when you said you'd rather be an indentured, when you said you'd rather be an indentured slave, when you said you'd rather be an indentured slave, what you meant to say was you'd rather be in Africa. Isn't that what you really meant to say?
No, I meant to say I would rather be an indentured servant.
No, you said you meant to say I'd rather be a slave in Africa because you thought most of the slaves in Africa are indentured servants.
No, I said that there was all types of slavery in Africa, and chattel slavery was a small.
So where would you rather be an indentured slave, in America or in Africa? Where would you rather be an indentured slave, in America or in Africa?
I would just rather be
where
the slavery type.
Okay,
it don't matter where, nigga. It's no slavery.
No, there's a reason you're not answering the question. I'm asking you a very specific question. Where would you rather be an indentured servant, in America or in Africa?
Bro, I'm lost.
You're lost?
Yeah.
I agree. If you can't answer that question, I agree.
I already told you what I'd rather be.
What
would you rather be? Hold on. What would you rather be? You rather be an indentured servant, or would you rather be a chattel, part of the chattel
No,
slave?
I'm going to answer the question you're afraid to answer. I would much rather be an indentured servant in America than an indentured servant in Africa. Any day of the year, any year of the century, any century of the millennium.
Okay, so you rather
What
be an
about you?
indentured.
What about
So
you?
you would rather be
What
an
about you?
indentured servant.
What about you in America? What about you?
I wouldn't give a fuck as long as it's
You would
indentured.
see. You still can't answer the question.
I just told you.
Right. That's not the question, though. I'm asking you a specific question. In America or in Africa? I say America. What say you?
Well, when? And when
Any
time
day of
period?
the week.
Now?
Any time.
In
Now.
2021?
Yesterday,
In
20 years
2021,
ago.
America. In
At
2021,
any
America. 'cause
time.
this is
At
the best.
any time. Anywhere.
In
At any time of the
2021,
year.
in 2021, America.
Okay. In what year would you rather be in Africa? In what year would you rather be an indentured servant in Africa?
Shit, but probably before America was goddamn pop.
What year was that?
So I don't, whatever. Whenever.
King Tut.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah, that was a nice guy, that King Tut.
Okay.
He'd have your ass lifting rocks to build him a pyramid.
Nah, he wouldn't even. Nah, he wouldn't.
The slaves didn't build the pyramid, man.
Nah, he got
Slaves
knocked
didn't
off.
build the pyramids.
What?
He said, who you think built the pyramids?
Workers.
You think they got paid?
Bro, they've done
workers?
studies on that. Like, I ain't even gonna sit here and act like I'm the master of knowledge on this, but they've already proven that it wasn't slaves that built the pyramids, bro.
It was paid workers.
So
is that what you're saying?
So what's your point?
They were paid. Okay, let me ask you this question: were these paid workers unionized?
I don't fucking know.
Exactly. You sound silly as hell. These were slaves, bro.
So where's your source on that?
Man, y'all need to cut this crap.
Yo, hold on. Where's your source on that? Because you making claims and you ain't providing nothing.
Providing you with no want sauce. All I got is the spaghetti.
Because you can't.
All I got is the spaghetti.
Because you can't. You just talking shit. You can't.
I got the spaghetti. You go get the sauce.
Well, give me the spaghetti. Where's that? Put me in the right direction.
I just gave it to you.
What was that? So, hey, Sosa.
Yeah.
Yo, where's the source that says slaves built the pyramids, bro?
I don't know.
I might be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be tripping.
I don't know about slaves building the pyramid. But
Oh, well, let me ask you a question. So, do y'all?
No, Dream. No,
let me ask you all
American
this
Dream.
question. Let me ask you all this question.
No, you're gonna
Let
have
me
to
ask you all this
provide.
question.
No,
Do y'all think the pharaohs had slaves? Do y'all think the pharaohs had slaves?
Fuck your question.
So, did the pharaohs have slaves?
Yeah.
Okay. The pharaoh had slaves, but it wasn't the slaves that built his pyramids. Oh, he paid people.
All I'm
Makes
asking
perfect sense to me.
All I'm asking you is to show the source for that.
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
I got you.
I'll wait.
Yeah. Keep waiting.
Hey, but listen, Uncle argue down about slavery in Egypt. I ain't finna do it. But let's just say it was extremely hard labor, however the fuck it was done. You know what I'm saying? So you can say they did it for the Lord. Hey, whatever it is, but it was extremely grueling labor. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? They really believe that shit. Pay was really good. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm gonna say on that shit.
Y'all have no problem. Like if someone was to say,
man, hey, I don't even want. Hold up. I don't even want you to speak. I don't even want you to speak no more until you provide a source.
I don't even know who you are. I don't even know who you are.
Because you ain't nobody to know who I am.
That's
Stop cutting me off, dude. Stop cutting me off.
That's a pseudo killer.
I can cut you off if I want to, dog. But I'm just saying, show a source. That's all.
Yo, so I'm gonna holler at you later, man. You be
Peace.
easy.
All right, right, Black Power.
Cool. I ain't talking to you, you fool.
Yo, what's wrong with this nigga, man? Like, he ain't even showed nothing yet. We've been asking for a source 30, 40 minutes ago.
American Dream is the source. He's the source. American Dream don't show source.
Like, he bugging, yo.
He don't show sources, man.
That's all he do is just throw speculations and would have been, could have been, should have been.
Hey, I want to know how much they got paid
with the pyramid builders, or
yeah, because I don't think they negotiate.
Nah, but I watched a documentary on that one time. Like, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I do remember them saying that it wasn't slaves that built the pyramids.
Yeah, they found
I do remember that.
some of the places where some of the people live built right in the vicinity.
Now look, if he shows me something that says they did, then all right, shit, I fuck with it.
But
I ain't above that.
But they did show that it was hard labor.
I mean,
like
everything back in them days was hard labor, yo. We didn't have this.
No, not like that, nigga. Yeah, not like that, nigga.
Everything back in them days, you had to, you know what I mean? You was kind of built. You was stocky.
Nah, I don't know where you get that from. Everybody was strong back then.
Everybody was strong, man.
Hey, yo, Ken. Hey, yo, Ken.
Up, man?
When you rest your head in bed tonight, just rest assured you're an idiot.
Oh, that's you gonna call me an idiot? I ain't even, that shit don't move.
No, bro. I'm trying to help you.
What else you got?
You.
That's the best one you can come up with.
Bro, you're very idiotic. Okay. You got a lot of learning to do.
All right. If I had the controls right now, I'd kick you off the channel, but I don't. So
I know. That's why I'm telling you you're an idiot.
All right. And what else?
Your main weapon is just talking over people. Like that's your main way of thinking. Like the more you talk over someone, you think that makes you win an argument. Like you're an idiot.
No, I'm just asking you to show a source.
No, I'm just telling you
that'll prove that I'm an idiot if you show a source. So go ahead and show the source. Go ahead.
Right. Keep waiting. I'm gonna sit here just.
No, that's how you can prove that I'm an idiot. Just show your source. That's all.
Bro, you prove you're an idiot. I don't have to do it.
I'm gonna show you want me to show your source?
I don't need to. That's I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. You can either believe what I'm saying or not. I don't give a crap. I gotta show you a source.
I don't believe you.
I don't care. Why you think I care?
Nobody believes you.
Why you think I care?
Because you have enough to say it. So why not just prove what you're saying, yo?
Well, I can't just have the to say it because I think it's true. I got to be saying it because I want people to believe it. Is that what you are? Is that why you say things?
What if what you think is true is really wrong?
According to who? You?
According to the facts.
According to what facts?
All of this time, me and Sosa could have been talking about something else, and you could have been looking up your source, but instead you want to come out on here to call me an idiot. So what I'm saying is that don't move me.
All this time you didn't have to be an idiot. All this time you could have not been an idiot.
I'm saying that doesn't move me. So you really just wasted your time on that, right? When you really could have just proved what you were saying and then proved that I was an idiot instead of just call me an idiot. It would have been more impactful. That would have been powerful.
Yeah. I ain't got no time for that. You go look it up. You go look it up.
Well, like I said, you lucky I don't got the control. I would have been kicked you off. But go ahead.
I know. What you was talking about? You're weak like that. You're weak like that.
I guess he feel like he can hurt my feelings, but he don't know. But go ahead.
I know, whatever school of debate Sean and Sabio went to, like you went to that same school. Like all of y'all behave the exact same way, like idiots.
Oh, okay. What else you got?
Like you even sound like him. Do you realize you sound like Sean? Like, are you intending to talk like him?
Yo, hey, look.
Like I can't even. Is this Sean?
Yeah, this
Are you
Sean
trying
right
to sound like Sean?
Yeah, this sounds with Sean right here, yo. What else you got?
Actually, this Sean American Tree.
We
about to wrap it up, man.
Like,
Look, we're about to wrap it up.
Hey, so you got the controls?
Yeah, man.
Kick this nigga out, man.
But we about to wrap the show up, man. Look, man. Thank you, everybody.
It's getting real stupid right about now. Thank you, Mary Dream, for that minute of idiocracy.
Yeah, it's late. It ain't nobody.
Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. American Dream, man. Look, I don't give a fuck, man. We glad to have you on to throw whatever the fuck you got to throw in this junk. And we appreciate all our people that follow us. Chef still in the building. And Onk, thank you for that beautiful presentation. You killed some niggas tonight. And yeah, man, we out, yo.
Yeah. Peace, y'all.
Damn idiot.
Thank you.
Yo. It can't be 20 something people still watching. If anybody in here say something to the champ. Yo. Hey, yo, I left out the house, yo, and everybody jumped off. God damn. They was texting me, yo, the stream's still going. Oh, pseudo killers. Man, it must be 25 people in here asleep. That's crazy. Y'all be going to sleep on the stream. All right, y'all. If y'all still woke, hit that like button. I'm about to get on up out of here. Unc killed himself tonight. We gonna have to play back what Unc did tonight, y'all. He killed himself. It was crazy. That was crazy. That was the craziest argument ever.
Yeah. DQ. Check.
Have you
ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you
I'm out of here, y'all.
In the room full of stars when you shine bright.